Uh, a warm welcome to today's Senate live proceedings, brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in collaboration with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, KBC. On today's order paper, the Senate will continue the hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the governor of Meru County. Yesterday, the Senate listened to the side of the County Assembly, and this is under the provisions of the standing orders and the rules of procedure for the hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of a governor. And that is the third schedule to the standing orders of the Senate. And on the part one, the Senate now today will hear the evidence from the governor. And in line with that schedule and paragraph 22 of that schedule to the Senate standing orders, a witness shall be led in evidence, cross-examined, and where necessary, and only for purposes of clarification of issues that may have arisen in cross-examination may be re-examined. And this happened yesterday to all the witnesses of the County Assembly. And for today, the Senate will now hear the evidence from the governor. During yesterday's session, the County Assembly was led by one distinguished legal scholar, Dr. Mudhomi Thiankolu, who is a law lecturer at the University of Nairobi, while the governor's side was led by Elisha, who is also a distinguished legal scholar and practitioner. And there were a number of issues that arose from yesterday's proceedings that senators sought clarification. And among the issues that came into play were issues to do with the powers of the County Assembly and these and also the nexus that the County Assembly was seeking to link the governor to the allegations that were leveled against her. Today's session will begin at 9, and the Senate will listen to the evidence of the governor, and then after that it will now proceed to retreat and consider the evidence that shall be given, that shall have been given by both sides, and see if come up with a resolution on them. You can see senators beginning to stream into the chamber, and the Senate bell is still ringing for members to get into the chamber to achieve quorum and to begin today's proceedings. Just a recap of the impeachment process in Kenya. It is provided for under our constitution, as well as the statute law that is under the County Government Act, and various court decisions, key among them the Sonko case, as well as the Martin Wambora cases that are matters of public notoriety. Under Article 96 of the Constitution of Kenya, it provides that the Senate represents the counties and serves to protect the interests of the counties and their governments. And impeachment is one of the mechanisms by which the Senate exercises its role of protection of the counties and their governments. Under the Black Law Dictionary, it defines the impeachment as an act by a legislature of calling for the removal from office of a public official, accomplished by presenting a written charge of the official's alleged misconduct. In order to assist the special committee or the plenary to make an informed decision, a proposed impeachment is important that the plenary maybe will today consider the historic origins of the impeachment of public officials, and among them will be the impeachment processes that began in the UK and also the US, and also impeachment processes in Nigeria that has a federal system of governance that can be equated to Kenya, though for Kenyan one, it is not federal per se, it's in the level of counties. And under the historical foundations of impeachment, it developed because of certain officers of the government who are, for various reasons, placed beyond the reach of ordinary courts. High judicial and executive officers were not subject to complaints of private individuals in the ordinary courts. Private persons aggrieved by the actions of such officers turned to Parliament for redress. The origin of impeachment process dates back to the British parliamentary practice in the 14th century, when in 1376, Lord Latimer was impeached by the British Parliament, the Good Parliament. Latimer was accused of surrendering key military defenses to the French. At that time, England was fighting the 100 Years' War and was losing. The reigning king, Edward III, was very old, and there were popular concerns that Latimer and other officials were abusing their position and profiting from the situation. The Commons impeached Latimer, and it demanded that he be tried before the House of Lords, who agreed to that trial. And a trial took place, and Latimer was found guilty, and as a consequence, lost his position at the court. Consequently, Parliament developed the impeachment as a means of exercising some measures of control over the king. An impeachment proceeding in England was a direct method of bringing into account the king's ministers and favorites, men who might have otherwise been out of reach. Impeachment, at least in the early history, has been called the most powerful weapon, the most powerful weapon in the political armory short of a civil war. It played continuing role in the struggles between the king and parliament that resulted in the formation of the unwritten English constitution. In this respect, impeachment was one of the tools used by the English parliament to create more responsive and responsible government to redress imbalances when they occurred. In the United States of America, the Constitution of the U.S. gives the House of Representatives the sole power to impeach an official, and it makes the Senate the sole court for impeachment trials. The power of impeachment is limited to removal from office, but also provides a means by which a removed officer may be disqualified from holding future office. The House of Representatives brings impeachment charges against federal officials as a part of its oversight and investigatory responsibilities. Individual members of the House can introduce impeachment resolutions like ordinary bills, or the House could initiate proceedings by passing a resolution authorizing an inquiry. The Committee on the Judiciary ordinarily has the jurisdiction over impeachments. The committee then chooses whether to pursue articles of impeachment against the accused official and report them to the full House. If the articles are adopted by a simple majority vote, the House appoints members by resolution to manage the ensuing Senate trial on its behalf. These managers act as prosecutors in the Senate and are usually members of the Judiciary Committee. The Senate procession of the Speaker has entered the chamber, and any minute from now, the Senate will begin its sitting for today, and the Speaker, Jeff Emerson Kingi, will be the presiding Speaker for today's morning sittings, and we'll add you over to the plenary for these morning proceedings. Welcome.
Pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The Senate quorum bell is being rung for Senate to achieve its quorum before they begin the session for today. And on today's sitting, the governor has already entered the chamber, and she's ready to present a case today, together with the rebuttals, the cross-examinations that will be coming from the county assembly. Yesterday, the county assembly presented its evidence to the Senate, and the county assembly had 4 witnesses. The key witness was the move of the motion to impeach the governor, and that was Honorable Mawira, the MCA for Metongo Ward in Meru County. And the senators sought certain clarifications from the MCA, who was the star witness of that of the county assembly case, on issues of the nexus of the allegations of the misuse of public resources, abuse of office, issues of contempt of court, vilifying and bullying of other public leaders, and issues of bringing the county into this dispute. And there was that nexus that was being sought by the House on whether the governor was directly linked to the occurrences that the county assembly presented to the Senate. The county assembly also presented the evidence indicating that through their witnesses that there were irreconcilable differences between the 2 arms of the county government, that is the county executive as well as the county assembly. And there are also issues to do with the visit to China by a technical team from the county executive. And there were issues on whether the people went to that visit of China to inspect some medical instruments or laboratory instruments, whether they were duly qualified to do that kind of inspection. And there are also issues to do with the violence that was witnessed in some parts of Meru during some exercises of Okolea. And there are also issues to do with whether the Okolea program uses public resources from the county government of Meru to run that private entity. And there are issues of whether the proceedings before the Senate are instigated by other powers that are outside the county assembly, and those issues were responded well to by the county assembly during their presentation and of their case yesterday. Just as we had indicated earlier, we were on the historical background of the impeachment process, and we can see there is quite a number of the MCAs from Meru County Assembly seated in the Speaker's Gallery today, and they are following the proceedings of the House. And just a reminder, yesterday there was a witness by the name Honorable Rindikiri, who is the member for Parliament of Bori constituency, and is the chairperson of the Meru caucus for MPs. indeed present its evidence before the Senate yesterday, saying that there were issues of name calling in Meru County, and the issues of whether there were cartels and whether that term was referring to them was an issue that was raised in the Senate, and whether there was a nexus between that name calling and the members of parliament from Meru County. And this happened, the name calling was said to have happened when there was a prayer rally in Meru County, specifically at Lare, that was presided over by and attended over by the President as well as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. The legal team of the governor is already in place, and I can see we have Elias Mutuma, who is a distinguished legal practitioner, as well as Elisha. They are already in the Senate chambers ready to present their case. Just as we continue on the impeachment process in Nigeria, the impeachment process happens under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The procedures for impeachment of the President of Nigeria and the state governors are basically the same, except that involvement of bicameral legislature in the impeachment of the President and a unicameral legislature in the impeachment of governors. You can see there is Reverend Kiogora, who is a distinguished man of the clergy from Meru County, is also in the chamber. Under the Constitution of Nigeria, that procedure for impeachment is provided for under articles under sections 143 and 186 of the Constitution. And unlike the American procedure, the impeachment procedure under the Nigerian Constitution is not initiated in the House of Representatives, but by a notice of allegation signed by at least 1/3 of the members of the National Assembly in both chambers of the National Assembly involved in considering the notice of allegation and in resolving by motion supported by 2/3 of its members whether to investigate the allegation or not. A distinguished feature in the procedure under the Nigerian Constitution is the provision for an independent panel set up by the Chief Justice or the Chief Judge to investigate the allegations made against the office order. Thus, unlike the procedure under the American Constitution, where the entire process is carried out by the legislature, from inception to conclusion, the procedure under the Nigerian Constitution precludes the judiciary from conducting investigations into allegations leveled by it against officer order. However, the Nigerian National Assembly must still resolve by motion supported by a 2/3 majority of members to adopt or reject the report of the panel of investigations. You can see senators have begun to stream into the House in readiness for today's proceedings. And once the quorum is achieved, we shall hand it over to the plenary to continue the proceedings. You can see there is Senator Meru, the senator for Nyandarua, is already in the House. And Senator Wafula is also in the House, ready for these today's proceedings. There is also Senator Ososi, the Vihiga senator. Believe we have achieved quorum. We hand over now to the plenary.
10 minutes.
Quorum bell is still being rung. We'll just continue. You can see the Senate Speaker, Deputy Speaker Kawira Mwangaza, who is also the Senator for Meru County, has entered the chamber. And yesterday, there was the clips that were being played by the county assembly. There was a mention of Kawira oversight, and there is that hat that he wears, a traditional act, is that came maybe was mentioned in that house proceedings yesterday. And under the impeachment process and procedure in Kenya, the Senate is established pursuant to provisions of Article 93(1) of the Constitution of Kenya. Article 96, therefore, provides that the Senate represent the counties, and it serves to protect the interest of counties and their governments. And under this rule, the Senate exercises an oversight mandate over the counties. And one such mechanism of oversight is the removal from office by impeachment. You can see senators are still streaming into the chamber. There is Senator Karungo. The miracle senator is in the house. And quite a number of senators are still streaming in. We shall hand you over once we achieve that quorum. Still under the impeachment process and procedure in Kenya, the procedure and the grounds for the removal of governor from office is provided for under the provisions of Article 181 of the Constitution, as read with Section 33 of the County Government Act, and the Senate standing orders. And the relevant, there is the senator for Meru, Senator Kawira Mwangaza, and is among the leaders that the county assembly yesterday alleged that the governor of Meru has been vilifying and bullying, and those charges were presented by the county assembly yesterday, and they presented the evidence on the same. And the Senate will make a determination on whether the evidence that was provided by the county assembly is sufficient. Still under the procedure for impeachment under our constitution and statute, Section 33 of the County Government Act provides for that procedure, while Article 181 of the Constitution provides the constitutional basis for removal from office. You can see the legal team of the county governor for Meru, led by Elisha Ongoya, as well as Elias Mutuma, conversing with the governor and amongst themselves in readiness for today's proceedings. Under Article 181 of the Constitution, the provision, it lays the ground for the constitutional basis for impeachment. And among the provisions of that article is that a county governor may be removed from office on any of the following grounds, among them gross violation of the Constitution or any other law, where there are serious reasons for believing that the county governor has committed a crime under national or international law, abuse of office or gross misconduct, physical or mental incapacity to perform the functions of the office of the governor. And then there is the legislation, the statute that has been provided for and enacted by Parliament to give effect to this Article 181 of the Constitution. You can see Senator Betty Maina has entered the chamber. There is also Senator Hilary Wakili, is also in the house. And Section 33 of the County Government Act, it provides, there is also the leader of majority, Senator Aaron Cheriot, the distinguished senator for Kericho County, is also in the chamber, in readiness for today's proceedings. Under Section 33 of the County Government Act, a member of the County Assembly may be by a notice to the Speaker supported by at least a third of all the members move a motion for the removal of the governor, and that motion is the one that is now before the Senate, that it passed all the legal threshold under that act, and now it is under the consideration by the Parliament. I can see Senator Catherine Muma, who is a distinguished legal mind and scholar, has also entered the chamber. And as we have already indicated under the procedure for impeachment of a governor, during the Senate's consideration of a report of the proposed removal from office of the governor of Kericho, the quorum bell has stopped ringing. We hand over to plenary, see if there is quorum.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sorry to disrupt proceedings, but at the rise of the House yesterday, you gave a very important communication. Something which I strongly feel goes to the heart of the exercise that you are carrying out the last 2 days, a very important exercise that this House is undergoing. And you gave a very important communication on conduct and becoming on the part of certain people I'd refer to as state officers. So I wanted to request, Mr. Speaker, that we beg your indulgence, you allow us at least a few minutes to react to that communication, because there are senators here who have been mentioned, and of course people are wondering whether there are other forces that are guiding us as we undergo this business. Therefore, it will be unfair. I felt that yesterday might have been the time to speak to it, Mr. Speaker, but given that it was very late at night, going almost to 1 a.m. in the morning, I wanted to request if you could allow us, Mr. Speaker, to register our dissatisfaction, particularly those that have been mentioned, and us as a House.
Very well, Majority Leader. You will allow the clerk to read the first order, and then I will allow just 3 senators from each side, speaking for 2 minutes each, and then we go straight to the business of the day. Clerk, proceed, please.
Order number 1, communication from the chair.
I will allow comments on the communication that I did at the rise of the House last night. And I'll take 3 senators from each side, each speaking for 2 minutes. The Majority Leader, kindly take the floor.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Senate, I want to register my disappointment in the increasingly unbecoming conduct of Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria, a man who's continually embarrassing the appointing authority and casting serious doubts on the choice ability of none other than His Excellency, the President. Mr. Speaker, sir, that tweet was in bad taste. It paints senators as cheap people who have no cognitive abilities to make interpretation of the matters that are before us and make a sober decision that is in the interest of the Constitution and the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this is the 14th impeachment hearing that the Senate is hearing, and I've had opportunity to vote in almost all of them. I take great exception in the conduct of Moses Kuria, in the tweet that he sent out, and the things that he said about this House and the colleagues that he's listed. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I now agree with members of this House who have brought censure motion before to discuss the conduct of this particular minister, because at every given opportunity, he has done nothing other than embarrass the appointing authority. In fact, it is my submission, Mr. Speaker, that the earlier CS Moses Kuria is let off his duty, the better for this administration, Mr. Speaker. Because every single day, in every action that he undertakes, he continues to embarrass the president and the people. No wonder the people of Kiambu resoundingly rejected his bid to be their governor, Mr. Speaker. It's because of this kind of habit, the kind of things that he says, how he goes about his duties, Mr. Speaker, and overall, his conduct as a human being. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, let Mr. Kuria know, wherever he is, that senators cannot be intimidated, that the kind of monkey business he's trying to introduce cannot be allowed to stand, Mr. Speaker, because this is a distraction.
Senator Kojong.
Mr. Speaker, first allow me to congratulate you for your resilience. The communication being referred to was made at exactly midnight, and that is a sign of the commitment of this House. Mr. Speaker, you are a bit lenient in your communication. I don't think that such conduct should just be reprimanded and left at that. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge you that this particular cabinet secretary who uses social media to disparage the House, to refer to matters before the House, to speak of the House in a manner that is extremely demeaning, that this particular person be summoned to appear before the House and to be summoned to substantiate those claims that he has made. Because, Mr. Speaker, those kind of utterances have got the effect of belittling this House and taking away any credibility this House would have in future impeachment. Mr. Speaker, the many impeachments that we have processed in this House, if the conduct of CS Moses Kuria was to be considered, his conduct falls within the threshold of impeachment. If he was a governor, and if he was brought to this House, he would definitely be impeached. And Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the members of the other House, because they're the ones who have the responsibility of censuring and sending home cabinet secretaries, to take serious judicial notice of the conduct of this particular cabinet secretary, and this House, through the relevant committee, can come up with resolutions that can then be used to move the other House to discuss his conduct and to have him censured. And I hope that Senator Cheriot, because you've got the ear of the president who's the appointing authority, let us not just complain in this House. Go and tell the boss that this guy is an embarrassment, not just to the government, but to the Republic of Kenya. He is an embarrassment to the entire East Africa. The deals he has done has made Kenya look like a pariah when it comes to issues of supply chain of oil and edible oil. Mr. Speaker, this man must go. We must pronounce ourselves.
Senator Kathuri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity also to give my comment on this irritating behavior of the CS for public service. Honorable Speaker, the process going on in this House is very, very important for the people of Meru who I represent in this House, Mr. Speaker. And when I see as just a log CS gets out there to make some very funny comments on social media, it is very, very embarrassing, and he is not serving, or whatever he is doing is not for the best interest of the Meru people. And I want to warn him that they should keep off Meru affairs. Let them concentrate with the work that he has been given by the president. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I will request actually on this matter, the other majority leader on the other house to actually start processing an impeachment motion to this CS. And Honorable Speaker, on this matter, as Honorable Kajanga has put it, after this process is done, I would request that Moses Kuria is gone back to this House, is brought before us so that we can discipline him. Otherwise, he is an embarrassment to the people who voted for the Kenya Kwanza government. And he should be relieved of his duties immediately. So the president should take notice what this House has, the comments you are giving us this House, Mr. Speaker. And I want from now henceforth, let Moses Kuria give us peace as a Meru community. We don't want his support. We know what we want, and we know what the best we can do, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna.
Mr. Speaker, I am happy that we have come full circle, because this is something that I have said on many stages, that in fact Moses Kuria is an incorrigible national shame. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I ask myself is just how much embarrassment does the president have capacity to endure? And I can assure you that if nothing is done about Moses Kuria, there is more embarrassment coming. That one I can guarantee. Mr. Speaker, what is most hurtful is that even after your communication, the CS who ordinarily should be asleep thinking about how he's going to make the lives of Kenyans better had the audacity to fire off another tweet on material that was presented before this House. Mr. Speaker, what I want us to do, honestly speaking, action must be taken. I am actually made aware by the members of this House who represent us in the PSC that Moses Kuria ran away with money belonging to Parliament. He should actually be brought to answer questions about those things and removed from his position, because for me, really, there's nothing that brings me greater joy than being proven right about the things that I've said about this administration. And I just want the majority leader, please, about this administration, because as you have said yourself, it casts very serious doubt on the capacity of the appointing authority. How much embarrassment can the president take? It's just one man, Mr. Speaker. So what we want to do, as they said, there's a famous poem by Martin Niemöller. First, he came for the media. And when I brought a motion of censure for the media, some of you are saying, oh, Sifuna is in the habit of attacking this government. Now he has come for the Senate. Do something. Do something about this national shame, because it will continue unabated. That is who Moses Kuria is. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also like to weigh on this important matter. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is time that we as a country would stand up and be counted with one voice and tell the president that he should not be held hostage by some of these log ministers he has appointed to the government. Mr. Speaker, sir, at this time when Kenyans are suffering from high cost of living, the least that we need are these ministers who cannot even pronounce them to the policy direction, but instead they take it to the tweet and the media to actually abuse and belittle this House. Mr. Speaker, sir, I do join ranks with my colleagues. It is the high time we tell the president he must put the House in order. Some of these cabinet secretaries, Mr. Speaker, they are a big shame to the nation. The only thing that they can do, Mr. Speaker, when we complain of high cost of living, they tell us to go and dig our wells to produce our oil. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is unacceptable. And I would want to put it in no unmistakable terms. Central region is no shortage of intelligent people who are capable of learning the docket that Kuria is learning, and he should be shown the door as early as today, Mr. Speaker. We have the power, Mr. Speaker, to tell the president that indeed such a CS like Moses Kuria should be fired, if not yesterday, today in the morning, Mr. Speaker. It is a great shame to this House and to the nation indeed that someone at the middle of the night, instead of addressing the pertinent issues that are confronting Kenyans, he would take with a cup of, Mr. Speaker, sir, he should be fired.
Senator Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this important matter. Mr. Speaker, I just want to generalize my comments because there's an observation I have made. Many of our leaders want to destroy institutions who have a responsibility of making sure that our country runs properly. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Moses Kuria is somebody I've been in Parliament with for many years, including yourself. To a large extent, we have found him extremely intelligent and somebody who made sense. To some extent, he makes himself look such a foolish man, you wonder whether he even ever stepped into a parliamentary house. And yet, sometimes Moses doesn't understand that what he says means a lot to Kenyans. And indeed, our words have consequences. I would really want to plead with him and many other leaders to realize that these houses, the National Assembly and the Senate, are not just talking shops. This is a place where we discuss national policy. This is a place where we influence public opinion. and this is a place where it is assumed that we'll be providing direction on where our country is going. I really would like, Mr. Speaker, to plead with anybody who knows Moses like I do and many others. We talk to him and tell him that he has to up his game. At this rate, all of us are going to become his enemy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, we've done 3 senators each from each side. Now, honorable senators, this cannot be a house of lamentations. This is a house of action. Pursuant to the point of order that has been raised by the majority leader, I implore upon you, honorable senators, to use or to take full advantage of the standing orders to bring sanity to some of these CSs. You have the power under the law, more particularly under standing orders, to deal with the kind of behavior that you're complaining about. So, honorable senators, if you feel indeed that the behavior of the CS is unbecoming, then invoke the relevant standing orders. If you listen to Senator Kajwang carefully, you may not be able to have that latitude to make a final resolution to send the Honorable CS home. But your recommendation to the other house will have a lot of weight. So kindly take full advantage of our standing orders and stamp your authority. Clerk, call the next order.
Order number 2, hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County.
Now, honorable senators and the parties to this matter, we concluded the case of the County Assembly yesterday. Today, we're going to begin hearing the case of the Governor. We have 4 hours within which to prosecute and hear the defense by the Governor. The 4 hours is minus the time given to senators for questions and clarifications. So the Governor and his team, you will have a solid 4 hours to put forth your defense. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members of the Senate. For record purposes, my name is Elias Mutuma, counsel appearing for the Governor in this matter. Within the 4 hours that we have, we intend to call 4 witnesses in support of our case. All these witnesses have filed their respective affidavits, which also double as our witness statements. Without much ado, allow me call our first witness, Nicholas Kenywa Josephat. His affidavit, Mr. Speaker, sir, appears on our blue booklet, which is titled The Governor's Response, at page 86 onwards.
You have 2 booklets, one big, one small.
It is the smaller one.
So just refer those 2 as small and big for ease of reference.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Kindly swear the witness. Swear in the witness, please.
I, Nicholas Kenya Josephat, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Witness, kindly introduce yourself for record purposes.
I am Nicholas Kenya Josephat, others referred to as Kenya Muna, elected member of County Assembly representing Yakist.
The County Assembly of which county?
Meru County.
Thank you. Mr. Nicholas Kenywa, have you read the motion for impeachment?
Yes, I have.
That is before the Senate.
Exactly.
Have you also had a chance to look at the governor's response that has been filed?
I have also gone through it.
Have you filed an affidavit in support of the response by the governor?
Yes, I have.
Is it the affidavit contained in that response appearing at page 86 all the way to page 89?
It is.
Do you wish to rely completely on the avowals in that affidavit?
I wish to rely on it.
Thank you. I will ask you very few questions, targeted questions for the purposes of this motion. Being a member of the County Assembly of Meru, you are privy to the political happenings in Meru County. Am I right?
Very right.
It has been said that the governor of Meru has been unable to work with any of the elected leaders, specifically members of County Assembly. Is that your position?
It is not my position.
Has the governor been able to work with members of County Assembly of Meru?
Exactly after the first impeachment, the governor made peace with majority, if not all, of the members of County Assembly, and we have had a good working relationship.
Yesterday, counsel for the County Assembly said that that marriage lasted for a few weeks after the first impeachment. Is that the position? And if it's not the position, how long did that harmonious working relationship last?
I can confirm that we have been having a good working relationship with the governor after the first impeachment. It cannot be said that it lasted for a few weeks because it has been so until mid-September when cracks and crises were introduced to the members of County Assembly.
You allude to cracks and?
Cracks, walls, incitements.
Were introduced to members of County Assembly?
Exactly.
Who introduced these cracks to the members of County Assembly, to the best of your assessment and knowledge?
Much of what happened and what has brought us here is incitement to the members of County Assembly, mostly by members of Parliament, that is members of National Assembly, as well as other political leaders in Meru who may not be elected at the moment.
Thank you. You have had a chance to look at the motion for impeachment.
Yes.
Do you believe that the governor is guilty of any of the charges that she is facing?
I'll say not guilty.
Why do you say so?
Simply because if you look at the allegations, many of them do not impute any wrongdoing on the governor herself. At the same time, I know the decision of the County Assembly of Meru, through 59 members, to impeach the governor cannot be termed as what was their own decision at their free will. There was incitement, there was coercion, as will be demonstrated later.
Thank you. Let us actually demonstrate that right now. You're saying that the County Assembly of Meru did not exercise their mind fully in interrogation of these issues, that they were acting on intimidation and other forces. Kindly explain that to the Senate.
I'm saying the members were not freely exercising their decisions because some were coerced by political parties that they serve through their leaders. Others, it was a kind of a campaign where some of the MCAs were promised that if the governor goes and the deputy governor takes the seat, there will be the doubling of one development fund from the current 15 million that is given by the governor to 30 million. And that one brought some sense of excitement among the members, as well as pushing them to impeach the current governor.
Mr. Nicholas Kenywa.
Yes.
Were you at any point approached and given an incentive to support the motion for impeachment? And if so, what was the nature of that incentive?
Now, one of the incentives to impeach the governor was the promise that once she goes, the One Development Fund will be doubled from 15 million to 30 million. Of course, there were other inducements, like some MCAs being promised that there will be CEC members in the executive once the governor goes. Some of them were promised to be chief officers.
Honorable witness, listen to your counsel and answer his question.
Thank you.
The question was very specific. Were you approached and given any kind of incentive? And if you are, what kind of incentive? That was the question from your counsel.
Yes, I was.
By whom? Who approached you, and what kind of incentive were you given?
Some of the incentives was a monetary inducement.
By who? Who approached you?
Now, one of the person who was sent to offer a monetary inducement was a friend of mine known as Kemadi. He told me that he has been sent. If I accept to send away the governor, I can get an amount.
Let us go to paragraph 7 of your affidavit. You make certain allegations there. Kindly substantiate what you mean.
You said paragraph
7 of your affidavit appearing at page 87.
I can confirm that the deputy governor also called me and several other members of the county assembly where he sought my support in the impeachment of the governor, and in return, he would double our One Development Fund from 15 million to 30 million.
Is it your evidence before this Senate that the deputy governor of Meru actually called you in person?
Yes, it is.
For your support in this impeachment motion?
Yes, it is.
Is it also your evidence that the deputy governor of Meru issued a specific incentive of increasing the Ward Development Fund from 15 million to 30 million as an exchange for your support in this impeachment motion?
I can confirm the same, not only to myself, but to other members of the county assembly. It was a promise.
Did you accept the incentive?
Personally, I did accept it. I took it to be...
Did or did not?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not accept it.
Yes.
I took it to be a mere campaign promise that may not materialize, knowing the kind of finance you are getting from the national government as a county.
Are you aware if any of your colleagues at the county assembly accepted the incentive?
Majority of them bought the idea, and within the conversation in our circles, you can hear that they are convinced if the governor goes and the deputy governor assumes office, this one will materialize and it will be to their benefit.
You talk about conversation in your circles. What circles are these?
Normally, you know, we have formal and informal talks as members of the county assembly. We are friends with some of them, and so that's what I mean by circles.
Let us go to the issue of threats, because that is about the incentives. Are you aware of any threats that were issued for people who were not in support of the impeachment?
Many members of county assembly, once they offered to resist the move to impeach the governor, were threatened to be de-whipped from their political parties, to be removed from the House committees, and they didn't. We have two who were removed from those committees as a result of their stand not to impeach the governor.
Who were these two that were removed and whipped?
One is Honorable Frida Naitogitobu, who is a nominated member of UDA. The other one is Ruth Kananu, who is a nominated member of Devolution Empowerment Party.
Has Honorable Naito sworn an affidavit to support those allegations?
Yes, she has.
Have you seen that affidavit?
Yes.
Is it the affidavit contained in the governor's response, a smaller booklet? Are you able to trace it from your booklet?
I'm looking for it.
Page 90.
Yes, I'm there. Page 90.
Is that the affidavit of Honorable Frida Naito Getobu?
Yes, it is.
Does it confirm that she was de-whipped for lack of support of the impeachment motion?
Yes, she has confirmed via her affidavit.
Who was the other member that you are aware of that was de-whipped?
Ruth Kananu, nominated member of Devolution Empowerment Party.
Do you have any document to show that that happened? You have not attached any document, right?
No document attached.
But that is your testimony that indeed she was also de-whipped.
She was de-whipped.
Let us go to my last question. Actually, second last. So then you did not vote for the impeachment of the governor?
I abstained.
You did not?
But?
You abstained?
I abstained.
Were you in the floor of the House when this motion was being discussed and voted?
I wasn't present.
You were not present?
Yes.
Why were you not present in the floor of the House?
Now, the moment it was well known that me and some other 9 members, making it a total of 10, would not impeach the governor or vote for the impeachment motion, the atmosphere was highly charged outside the precincts of the county assembly. There were some goods that were under instructions not to let us in. And when one of us attempted to get there, that is Honorable John Moguna Thurandira, he was seriously assaulted at the gate of the county assembly of Meru. And that one instilled fear to the 10 of us not to get into the county assembly of Meru on that particular day.
Thank you. Let us go to the last question. There was a ceremony that took place at Nchero where members of county assembly were in attendance.
Yes.
And were hosted by the Njorincheke.
Yes.
Do you know what transpired in that meeting, and do you know what dates those were?
The meeting was first fashioned to be a tree planting exercise where the whole county assembly was invited. Majority of the county assembly members attended the meeting, but it turned out to be an oathing ceremony where the members of county assembly were threatened with dire consequences in case they never accepted to impeach the governor of Meru.
You talk of dire consequences, and I believe you are fluent in the Meru dialect, right?
Yes.
That oath was administered in the Meru dialect?
It was.
What were the specific threats of dire consequences for those who withdraw support for the impeachment?
Now, the members were summoned in front of that gathering, and one of the Njorincheke elders was heard telling them, "Oreo kumenya agachoka na nyuma, oreo kumenya agachoka na nyuma, akeja kunywa muma, kana akeja kiri untobobo." Meaning, if you know as a member that you retreat from this cause, then you should not be part of this. And then the members, an oath was administered. And you know, majority of the members of county assembly are not members of Njorincheke. Maybe they would fear the consequences because they don't know much about it. And that was one of the elements of coercion in this impeachment process.
At this moment, I would like you to look at one of the videos, KMV7. Kindly, can we play KMV7? Can we have more volume on that video? I believe it is more clear if the volume is increased. Honorable Speaker, this video is not very clear. The one we supplied was quite audible. Can we pause for a moment that video? Kindly, let's pause. Yes, so, Mheshimiwa.
Yes.
You have seen certain people in that clip.
Yes, I have.
From the county assembly so far, who have you identified?
There is a Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru, Honorable Ayubu Bundi, and some members of the County Assembly as well.
There is a story one of the gentlemen is giving about a woman.
Yes.
In 2 minutes, kindly explain what that story is about.
Now, the elder is explaining to the members of County Assembly that a long time ago, the circumcise of men was a woman. And the woman would literally sit on the men. And I think that was a language that was being brought, to targeted to the governor. That is, they wanted the members to understand that the governor is literally sitting on men in Meru County.
Let's proceed watching the video kindly.
know, either we are not making progress with that video. Be-
Kindly proceed and tell us what is being said.
Now, the elders, after summoning the members of County Assembly in front, the elder is telling them that...
How many members of the County Assembly can you count approximately from the group that is there?
I can approximate that they must have been over 40.
Over 40?
Yes.
That's the majority?
It is.
Thank you. So what is the elder saying?
They are being told, if you think you will retreat from this course, by the course you mean the impeachment of the governor, then you should not come for the oathing, simply because a curse will accompany you and your family, and you forget about the Meru leadership.
Thank you. In your own assessment, did that amount to instilling fear among members of the County Assembly to support the impeachment motion?
From what I know about Jorin Cheke and its stature in Meru community, as well as the oath itself, how it is respected and feared by members of Meru community, that amounted to intimidation. It amounted to coercion. It amounted to instilling fear in the members of the County Assembly.
Lastly, this event was conducted on 14th of October 2023. Am I right?
Very right.
By this time, the mover of the motion had not introduced the motion in the House.
The mover had not introduced the motion, and the motion was not even known by its content to the members of the County Assembly.
So it is your testimony that these members were being asked to support an impeachment motion that they had not seen?
They were being mobilized so that by the time the motion comes, they will be ready to impeach the governor.
And the oath was for them to take a stand even before
yes,
the contents of the motion were known?
They were being mobilized in advance, even before the content of the motion was explained to them.
That's all for this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir. I leave him for cross-examination.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Senators, for the record, my name is Eric Murioki. I will be taking this witness through cross-examination. Honorable Josephat Muna.
Yes.
Let us start from where your counsel has left off. You will confirm that from the video that was played, the captions are not part of the recording. They are introduced by the governor, or that they are her own translation.
Being conversant with Meru language, I can confirm...
That is not what I asked. You will confirm that the captions were not recorded with the video. They were introduced later. Yes or no?
No.
So you are testifying that the video was recorded together with the captions?
Yes.
You will also confirm that there is nowhere in the video where impeachment is mentioned.
Impeachment is being figuratively referred to as this course.
Mentioned or not mentioned?
Not expressly.
Thank you. On your affidavit, let us look at paragraph 3 of your affidavit.
Yes.
Can you read? Can you read paragraph 3?
It says, I am aware that we have been enjoying a very cordial working relation with the governor until mid-September this year, when it emerged from the leadership of the House that members of Parliament from Meru County and a few other leaders had depicted a war with the governor.
So your testimony before this Senate is that the impeachment and this entire process began mid-September.
Or thereabout.
Thank you. I will refer you to our volume 2, pages 17 to 29. That is the IFMIS extract. I'd like to get someone to help with showing him volume 2. Volume 2. The IFMIS extract, pages 17 to 29.
I'm there.
Open any page between those two pages, between 17 and 29.
I'm there.
Can you read the date of the first transaction on that page?
The date?
Yes.
I can see 1st July 2022.
You will confirm that that is way before mid-September?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I will also refer you to our volume 2, and just before I go there, for all those other transactions that are on that volume, between pages 17 to 29, all of them, or a majority of them, are dated way before the mid-September date.
Exactly.
Thank you. And I will refer you now to page 233 of our volume 2.
I'm there.
Are you at 233 of volume 2?
Yes, I am.
What is the date of that document?
The letter is dated Friday, September 1st, 2023.
Is that mid-September, or beginning of September, or end of September?
It is not mid-September, but
you.
it is September.
Thank you. When you say mid-September, ordinarily, you mean from around the 15th of the month, going onward, right?
Exactly.
I will also refer you to the document on page 232.
232
of our volume 2.
I'm there.
What is the date?
Dated Wednesday, August 30, 2023.
You will confirm that that is way before the mid-September you allege is when this entire thing.
Way before, but thereabout.
Thank you. I will refer you to page 226 of our volume 2.
I'm there.
First of all, what is the date of that document?
Dated 25th August 2023.
In the body of the document, the second line,
it reads, I hereby write to inquire if there have been any Meru County cabinet meetings after the last one I attended on 29th May 2023.
And you will confirm that 29th May 2023 is way, way before the mid-September.
Exactly.
Thank you. Not to belabor the point, the order on page 416 of our volume 2. Volume 2.
I'm there.
What is the date of that order, sir? The date can be found on page 417. That is the next page.
Yes, dated 7th October 2022.
You will confirm that is a whole year.
It is.
Before the date that you're alleging is when this thing was started.
Yes.
Thank you. And the ruling on page 417 to 439.
Yes.
Rather, before we go there, let us go to page 155 of volume 2. Page 155, volume
155, I'm there.
Can you see the date that appears on that WhatsApp extract at the top?
The date, May 27, 2023.
So, Mheshimiwa Josephat,
Yes.
you will agree with me that this narrative, that this is a recent problem that has come up, is completely false.
From the perspective of a member of County Assembly, it was brought to us in September or thereabout.
Mr. Josephat?
Yes.
We have looked at several documents dated way before, some of them a whole year before. You will agree with me that this narrative, that this is something recent that came up from mid-September, is completely false.
What I mean that a matter that came as an impeachment piece in September 2023 could have been brewing way before, but members of the County Assembly had either to hand a good working relationship.
No matter. Let us go to your allegation that this motion is sponsored, or to use your words, is an incitement from the members of parliament.
Yes.
When you look at the ruling on page 417 and 439, between 417 to 439, the ruling that is dated 29 September 2023.
Yes, I'm there.
You will agree with me that that is not a document originating from any member of the National Assembly. You will agree with me that that is a ruling of a court of law in Kenya.
Exactly.
Thank you.
But.
Thank you.
But.
Mr. Josephat, you are not a member of the UDA party, are you?
Mr. Speaker, I'll plead with the council.
Just answer the question. Are you a member of UDA or not?
I'm not.
Thank you. So your allegations on paragraph 4 of your affidavit, that a meeting was called and deliberations were made, that is something you are not privy to because you're not a member.
After the meeting, all the members addressed the media.
Were you called to that meeting of the members of UDA?
Not called, but they read out their deliberations in public.
You are not at the meeting?
Exactly.
You will also confirm that you are not a member of the BAS party?
I'm not.
And you do not ordinarily attend the meetings of the members of BAS party?
Yes. But again, they read out their deliberations in public.
On paragraph 11 of your affidavit, you allege that you know the reasons why a party or parties that you are not a member to chose to discipline their members. That is what you have alleged on paragraph 11.
Exactly.
You will agree with me that since you've confirmed you are not a member of UDA, you're not a member of BAS, you do not know the deliberations that happened or the reasons why these parties chose to discipline their members.
I have an affidavit from one of the members confirming it was the reason.
I'm asking you, were you there? Were you part of the deliberations?
I wasn't there.
Thank you. Mheshimiwa Josephat,
Yes.
there's your fellow members of the Assembly, and I will name two of them. Kaume Faith Kananu.
Yes.
There's another member called Kiambi Ngaruni.
Yes.
And those members are not supporting this impeachment motion or did not support it.
Yes.
And you will agree with me that they were not de-whipped from their committees.
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mheshimiwa Josephat, it must follow, therefore, that the de-whipping you talk about on paragraph 11 had nothing to do with supporting or not supporting the motion.
I'll leave that to the discretion of the senators.
Mr. Josephat.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa, you will agree with me that members of parliament have no supervisory role over MCAs.
Agreed.
You will agree with me that a member of parliament cannot force an MCA to vote one way or another way on a matter before the assembly.
But can influence.
Mr. Josephat, ultimately, every MCA is free to make their own choice in the assembly, right?
Right.
Thank you. Have you identified the specific members of parliament that you say influenced or forced you or your fellow members?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Which paragraph of your affidavit?
Not in the affidavit.
Thank you.
But one of them was here yesterday as a witness.
Which paragraph of your affidavit have you identified those members?
None.
Thank you. On paragraph 8 of your affidavit, are you there?
Yes, I am.
You say you received calls from other leaders within Meru to support the impeachment motion in order to restore dignity and respect of Meru as a county, right?
Exactly.
Have you adduced any evidence to show that you indeed received these calls?
Not contained in this document, but factual.
Have you disclosed the maker of the said calls in your affidavit?
Not in the affidavit.
Have you attached any call log or any screenshot to show that you indeed received these calls?
Not attached.
Thank you. You have talked about incentive of 15 million being increased to 30 million.
Yes.
Have you provided any evidence that any member was offered, let alone accepted, this incentive?
I have not provided.
Thank you. Let us go to your allegation on a WhatsApp group being created.
Yes.
What is the very last sentence on paragraph 9 of your affidavit?
I'm there.
Can you read the very last sentence of paragraph 9?
A WhatsApp group to organize and discuss the impeachment was formed in which we were left out.
You were left out?
Yes.
You are not members of that WhatsApp group?
Exactly.
So, how can you come to this house and say that it was established to discuss impeachment if you are not privy to whatever discussions were happening there?
We have friends who are members of the group, members of the county assembly, who can tell you what is going on as friends.
And have those friends produced any screenshots or any evidence?
No.
Thank you. On paragraph 10 of your affidavit,
I'm there.
you talk about several meetings. Have you provided the dates, venues, or minutes of those meetings?
Not provided.
Thank you. Let us go to paragraph 12 of your affidavit.
I'm there.
You will confirm that you were not present
I have
at the
confirmed.
assembly
Yes.
when this impeachment motion was being discussed.
Yes.
You also proceed to allege that you sent someone to test waters or something.
Yes.
Have you called that person here to testify to that effect?
He has not been called.
Thank you. Wouldn't that person have been the person to be called to confirm these allegations?
We have the OB through which he reported the matter.
Has it been produced in your affidavit, sir?
No.
Thank you. In that, I find this paragraph 12 of your affidavit very interesting.
Yes.
How many members of the assembly are there, Meru County Assembly?
69.
69.
Yes.
How many members were present during the discussion of the motion?
59.
And in paragraph 12, the very last sentence of paragraph 12, can you read it for the Senate?
We ended up staying away after 10 members, away the 10 members, after the others and they carved into intimidation and crossed over.
So it is your testimony that 10 members stayed away? That is correct?
Yes.
And 59 members were in the house?
Yes.
So this allegation that there was someone who was sent and got beaten and whatnot and other stories is just a fabrication.
It's not a story.
Mr. Muna, mathematics tells me that 59 plus 10 makes 69.
Exactly.
If 10 stayed away and 59 were in the house, where is the extra 70th member coming from that is being sent to test the waters?
Extra what?
The 70th member that is being sent to test the waters.
Mathematics also informs me that one was out of the 10. He was beaten, he didn't get in. That makes them 10. 59 plus 10 is 69.
Bwana Josephat, confirm that the functions of a member of the county assembly are legislation and oversight.
They are.
Confirm that impeachment is one of the oversight measures that the House can take.
It is.
Confirm that there is no member of the National Assembly who has a vote at the county assembly.
Confirmed.
Okay. My second last question to you, Bwana Muna. I want you to look at our volume 4. Page 3 of our volume 4. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Are you there?
I am.
Confirm that your name appears on that page.
It does.
What number is your name?
59.
And your signature?
It is.
And your ID number.
Exactly.
Wanamuna, in accordance to your standing orders.
Yes.
And specifically, just give me a moment, when I speak, I'm sorry. You are conversant with your standing orders?
Yes, I am.
And specifically standing order number 65? That is where standing order number 65 starts.
Yes.
I want us to go to page 265.
I'm there.
And I want you to read for me standing order number 65-4.
65-4. And I read, when the order for the motion is read, the Speaker shall refuse to allow the member to move the motion unless the Speaker is satisfied that the member is supported by at least a third of all the members of the Assembly to move the motion, provided that within the 7 days' notice, the clerk shall cause to be prepared and deposited in his office a list of all members of the Assembly with an open space against each name for purposes of spreading signatures, which list shall be entitled signatures in support of a motion for the removal of Meru County Governor by impeachment.
And you confirm that it is pursuant to order 65-4, or rather 65-4 was adhered to, and that is why you signed, where you have said you signed.
Yes.
From the reading of order 65-4, it is not possible for a member to be coerced or forced to sign.
It is possible.
Were you coerced?
Yes, I was.
Have you produced any evidence that you were?
In the affidavit, it is mentioned.
Which paragraph?
Number 6. And also number 8.
You say that you received calls instructing you or urging you or whatever.
Receiving calls is a way of...
Where does it say in this affidavit that you are forced to sign?
Do you know the content of the calls?
Where does it say that you are forced?
In the calls.
Sorry?
In the calls.
Can you read 65-5? Order 65-5?
(65-5), and I read, any signature appended to the list as provided under paragraph 4 shall not be withdrawn.
Are you aware, sir, that you cannot run away from a document that you have signed in law?
Yes.
Are you aware, sir, that a signature appended under Order 65 cannot be withdrawn, just like you've read?
Yes.
I put it to you, Wanamuna, that you signed in support of the impeachment motion a signature which is irrevocable, no less. And then when you were taken to Masai Mara with the other 9 members, is when you decided to change your mind.
The Masai Mara story, I've heard it from you.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield some of my time to my colleague Kawira. I'm done with my cross-examination.
Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators, my name is Mawira. I have not more than 3 questions for the witness. Mr. Muna?
Yes.
From the video that was played,
Yes.
you said that the captions that are written in that video are part of the video.
Yes.
Are the speakers in that video speaking in English or the Meru language?
The Meru language.
How then can the English captions be part of the video?
Any language can be translated.
So it is a translation?
It is.
It is not part of the video?
Now, a translation is not part.
Previously, you said it is part of the video. Now you're saying it is a translation. So
Let me make it clear.
Which is it a translation or it is part of the video?
Let me make it clear. For the Senate to understand the language, it has to be translated. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Do the cameras capture captions? If you take a recording, for example, of the proceedings hearing, will the cameras include the subtitles?
I'm not a professional photographer, I don't know.
Okay. You voluntarily went to the clerk's office to sign the verification form?
Not voluntarily.
Not voluntarily?
Yes.
But you went to the clerk's office?
Yes.
Who coerced you to go to the clerk's office to sign?
I have answered that from the previous questions.
Were you pushed to the clerk's office?
What do you understand by
Were you carried there or did you walk to the clerk's office to sign?
I walked.
You walked?
Yes.
Voluntarily or you were pushed?
Involuntarily.
Who coerced you then?
I've seen there were calls.
You were coerced by a phone call to go and sign?
You can.
And you say that you represent the people of, is it Ntimawas to Nyakist?
Nyakist.
So your people should believe you to say that you were coerced through a phone call and that independently you cannot make a decision on your own on whether to sign or not to sign.
Bwana Council, we have seen politicians dying in the course of duty. Do they die voluntarily out of politics? No.
You will confirm that nonetheless you signed?
Nonetheless, I signed involuntarily.
And your signature cannot be withdrawn?
It can't.
Okay. You talked of inducements to members, and you mentioned that Mr. Kimathi was sent to you. Is that anywhere in your affidavit?
It is not.
It is not in your affidavit. Is this Masai Mara trip that you went to part of the inducement that was offered to you?
I have earned it from you.
Very well. That is all in cross-examination, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. The Council for the Governor, do you have any re-examination to do?
Yes, I do, Mr. Speaker, sir. Very few questions for this witness in re-exam. I want you to confirm that you understand the Kimeru language being your mother tongue.
I do very well.
Very well. So despite the subtitles and the translations,
yes,
even without them, you are able to tell the Senate what was said.
Exactly.
What you confirmed to have been said is the exact words that were uttered by the people we saw in the video?
I'm saying what is being uttered there is completely what is in the translation.
Thank you. You have been told that you've been given an IFMIS message that appears at page 17.
Yes.
Do you still have that?
It was in volume?
I believe it's volume 2. You have been told that?
Yes.
Transaction confirms that the governor conducted some violations before August.
Yes.
Kindly, I want you to look at the specific item that you referred to, appearing at page 17.
Yes, I'm there.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Read for us the date.
It is dated 1st July 2022.
1st July 2022.
Yes.
Was Governor Kawira the governor by 1st of July 2022?
No.
Is that an issue that can be attributed to her?
No.
Thank you. In any case, Mheshimiwa, what you're testifying is as to the good working relationship with the governor.
It is.
Was that your testimony?
Yes.
And how long did that good working relationship last, to the best of your assessment?
It must have lasted somewhere between February this year up to September this year. That is a period of 7 months.
Thank you. You are also not a member of BAS or UDA.
I'm not.
But how did you come across information that members of these two parties had been de-whipped?
It was communicated in the county assembly through the normal sittings.
Were you present when that communication was done?
I wasn't, but Frida Naito, Honorable, told us that it has been communicated.
Are the records of the House accessible to you?
They are.
Once a communication is done in the House, is it information that you can access?
But when this honorable member, nominated UDA member, was de-whipped, they refused to give her the official document to show that she has been de-whipped, but she was removed from committees and replaced as the vice chair of the water committee.
Was that communication done to the county assembly of Meru?
It was done, but no official document was given to her for fear that it will be used as an evidence in this Senate.
It was also your testimony that you got instructions and coercion on phone.
Yes.
Compelling you to tender your signature in
Yes.
support of the impeachment motion?
Exactly.
Did you eventually exercise your free will by withdrawing from the support, by not voting or absconding from voting for the motion?
I would have voted in support, not supporting the impeachment that day, but me and some other 9 members could not access the county assembly of Meru simply because the atmosphere was changed and goods were hired to harass us.
You have been told about a Masai Mara trip.
Yes.
Are you aware of any Masai Mara trip?
I've heard it from the council here.
Did you go to Masai Mara?
I didn't.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is all for this witness. Unless honorable members have a question, I would be glad to call my next witness with your guidance.
Now, honorable senators, we have about 5 minutes to seek clarifications or questions from this witness. Honorable Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Kinyua, I know at the County Assembly of Meru, there are 3 modes of voting. That is yes, no, or abstinence, just like the Senate and the National Parliament. Now, you said you abstained, yet you have told us that you are not able to access Parliament because one of you was attacked. Does that mean you are able to access Meru County Assembly later before the voting done, or can you clarify on that?
Now, my initial plan and that of other 9 members making it 10 was to be in the assembly to oppose the impeachment motion. Once we couldn't get into the assembly, that means we were absent. Maybe I've mixed up the term of being absent and abstinence.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will seek 3 very quick clarifications. First is just to clarify which political party he was elected on. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, according to the report of the resolution of the County Assembly of Meru on the impeachment, 59 MCAs voted to impeach the governor. 10 did not vote. We wouldn't know how they would have voted if they voted. So all members present and voting voted against the governor. Is it your testimony in this House that all the 59 members of the County Assembly of Meru who voted to impeach the governor were coerced or induced to take the vote that they did? The second last is you make very serious allegations in your affidavit on paragraph 7 that the DG tried to induce you. What is the evidence? And you make reference to several other members. Who are these members? Because people have names. You are called by the DG with several others. Who are these people that you are called with? And where's the evidence that he tried to induce you? Because these are serious matters you're dealing with. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, honorable senators, I am a member of Party of National Unity, PNU. Now, when we say that 10 were not, could not access the presence of the assembly, I mean, were they to be there, I believe they would have voted otherwise. The 59 of them who were present in the assembly that day and voted yes, I cannot say that all of them were coerced. I am drawing my conclusion from the talk that we had before the voting day. And I know the talk that majority of them had, given a free will, they would not have impeached the governor. Finally, in your questions, when I say the deputy governor made calls, you're telling me to name specific people or members of county assembly to whom he called. But I can assert that he called all of them in an effort to get a support from them with a promise to increase ward fund from 15 million to 30 million.
Senator Samson Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So mine is to our good friend Mheshimiwa. Just two quick clarification. You have told this House that you were not able to access the county assembly. Did you report to any police station, or do you have evidence to that effect, including the phone calls? If you can table. Finally, I can see your signature is number 59. And in standing order 65.5, the Meru County Assembly standing orders is specific on what you are signing. So, and you have alluded that a number of people were given inducement to, through you, Mr. Speaker, to support this impeachment motion. Is there a possibility that you have also been given inducement to testify against County Assembly? I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable senators. First, I have seen that I have OB belonging to one Honorable John Mogunathuranira, MCA from Meru, who was assaulted on his way to the County Assembly of Meru. And if allowed, I can give it to this Senate, though it does not form part of my affidavit. Number two, when I talk about inducements to sign, Mr. Speaker, I know exactly what I mean. And everybody who signs was induced to do so, either through promises that one fund will be increased or through some other promises, sweet promises, in order for the members to sign.
Senator Sifuna. And honorable senators, we only had 5 minutes for clarification. I think the Senator Sifuna will probably be the last question we take.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to Counsel for the Assembly, my good classmate. Mr. Speaker, I have had to look up the meaning of coercion. The Merriam-Webster dictionary just speaks of the use of express or implied threats of violence or reprisal or other intimidating behavior that puts a person in immediate fear of the consequences in order to compel that person to act against his or her will. The question to the Counsel of the Assembly, is it the case of the Assembly that coercion only means physical coercion, that somebody has to hold your hand to sign? Is that the case that is being presented by the Assembly?
Mr. Speaker, under the law, coercion is not limited to physical intimidation and physical threats. It is as broad as the Honorable Senator suggests. Our case as the Assembly is that there is no shred of evidence of coercion. And anyone who makes such a claim must tell you, the least they can do is to tell you who coerced them, what was the specific threat, and how and why that threat induced them, as a matter of fact, from behaving in a manner that is inconsistent with how they would have behaved. And as we speak on the record, we don't know who, we don't know when, there is no evidence, it's just an allegation, and alleging is the easier thing to do. I can allege anything, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheptumo, you seem to have a burning issue, and please be very quick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my clarification to the witness is on paragraph 3 of his affidavit. And it speaks about that it emerged from the leadership of the House that members of Parliament from Meru County and a few leaders had picked a war with the governor. And when you go to paragraph 8 again, it says we also received calls from other leaders within Meru. Is it your evidence, Mr. Nicholas, that the whole impeachment process is really initiated by forces outside the county assembly? Is that your position as per paragraph 3 and paragraph 8 of your affidavit? You need to clarify that for the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. Exactly that has been my assertion. And if you look at yesterday's submission, we had a member of parliament who was standing as a witness. There can be no other proof that members of parliament were involved if we don't consider that one of them was here as a witness. Number two, there was a video of Honorable Mporo Abori, the MP for Tigania East, in meetings all over the county, inciting residents against the governor. Why is it that we can accept that they were in public meetings and not calling the members of county assembly or inducing them or influencing them?
Thank you. Governor's Council, do you have another witness?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I indeed do have another witness. His name is Aruyaro Adrian.
Sergeant at Arms, can you please show the witness in?
As the witness is being ushered in, Honorable Speaker, he has sworn an affidavit that appears in our small booklet. His affidavit appears at page 96.
Okay, I direct that the witness be sworn in.
Okay.
I, Andrian Karicha Aruyaru, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, kindly introduce yourself for record purposes. What is your full name? What do you do for a living?
Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable senators, my names are Andrian Karicha Aruyaru.
Where do you come from?
Come again?
Where do you come from?
I am a member of Meru Njurincheke, therefore I come from Meru.
Come from Meru County?
Yes.
Are you conversant with what happens in Meru County?
Yes.
Current affairs in Meru County?
Yes.
You have alluded to the fact that you are a member of Njurincheke Council of Elders.
Yes.
What position do you hold in the Council of Njurincheke?
I am the chairman of 3 sub-counties, that is Tigania West, and Tigania East, and Tigania Central sub-counties.
Does that include where the Njurincheke shrine is?
Yes.
So that is your area?
Yeah, that is my area.
I am going to be very specific and short with your testimony. I want to refer you to the happenings of 14th of October 2022. Are you aware of anything that took place at Ncheru on 14th of October 2023?
Yes, I'm aware.
What happened there?
Njurincheke members were called, and they were few, because not all of them were called to go and attend a tree planting ceremony. We went there. I was there briefly because I was committed. And when we were there, things turned to be different because we were not to plant trees, but it turned to be political rally. And many things happened there, which annoyed the Njurincheke. What happened? There is an oath which was given to the leaders of the Meru Assembly, that is the MCAs, and that one annoyed us because that one is a shrine, and according to Meru traditions or the Njurincheke traditions or regulations and rules, in a shrine you cannot administer any oath in that shrine.
Thank you. So you confirm that there was an oath administered at the Njurincheke shrine?
Yes, there was.
Who administered that oath?
There was a section of leaders. That is, we have one Murangiri, who is Secretary General of Njurincheke in Meru, and there was even the chairman of the region, that is Mr. Kawira, and many others were there.
I want to refer you to the video marked as KMV7. Kindly, may we play that video? KMV7. Video KMV7. Mr. Speaker, we have just tested this video minutes ago,
Where's the sound
The
broadcasting?
sound was perfect. I do not know what is happening. Minutes ago, it was working. Mr. Speaker, sir, I seek your directions on this. This video has been tested minutes ago. The sound was perfect.
Broadcast, I don't know what seems to be the problem, or IT. Is this a video we can actually view? Council.
Yes.
Could you send one of your colleagues upstairs to the broadcast to see if they can
sure.
work
One of
on
my
the video?
colleagues has gone up there.
Okay.
Perhaps we can then play KMV 17 as we wait for that video to be sorted. KMV 17.
Sound. IT, are we going to have a problem with all the videos?
Ndio. Na kwa sababu mimi nikiangalia naona yeye atakuwa gavana wa Meru. Sasa kijana, basi kijana kidogo, ni kijana ambaye anaweza lipa deni ya watu. Anaweza kukalia kitu.
That's why I'm here. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am inclined to register my dissatisfaction with the
Sorry,
technical
Council,
team.
are
Yes.
you in a position to move to maybe a different point as we wait for IT to handle the matter of the
This
videos?
witness, Mr. Speaker, sir, is only supposed to testify on what transpired on 14th of October, and the only piece of evidence that we rely on is those two videos. So then I will have no use for this witness if those videos are not effectively played.
Okay. IT or somebody from broadcast, can you have send somebody to give us an indication of what the problem is?
Mr. Speaker, sir,
Ng'ombe iteta kunyoru jite nae kwa kenda Meru etambere ana vetu baratu kuthomithia bakara bwega irazima Meru gite atia igwatanire ngithira yari SMC ibe ankwenda kuga twembunge Meru batu tukaenda sauti tukwena arua ankwenda kuga twembunge Meru batu tukaenda sauti imwe na tutongere twi munene wetu witwa mthi kontrole nturi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Ni untu ng'ombe iteta kunyoru jite nae kwa kenda Meru etambere
Honorable Senator,
ana
kindly
vetu
take your
baratu
seats.
kuthomithia bakara bwega irazima Meru gite
Let's pause the video first.
igwatanire.
Sorry for that. We have to ensure that the videos we're playing are of quality so that we can be able to follow through. Yes, Council, you may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May we then have the video replayed from the beginning?
Na tukwena arua ankwenda kuga twembunge Meru batu tukaenda sauti imwe na tutongere twi munene wetu witwa mthi kontrole nturi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Ni untu ng'ombe iteta kunyoru jite nae.
Kindly pause the video. Can you identify the person making the speech?
Yes, that is the Speaker of the Meru County Assembly.
What has he just said in that video?
He has said that they want a Linda, and that Linda will be Muteka Lentore, CS, and Grigasha. Yes.
Can we proceed with the video? Kindly play the video.
Kenda Meru etambere ana vetu baratu kuthomithia bakara bwega irazima Meru gite atia igwatanire ngithira yari SMC ibe yabonde kaire bure kirwa njara ya korwa njuri ncheke tuendelia chapter yetu haraka MCA je ni puinde
kambwe kalono kambo kindogo tokea ndo bamata
Confirm that the speaker is inviting MCAs into the podium.
Yeah, he is inviting all the MCAs who are there or who are present.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Tana romene antwaka o tana ntomo mbele na bele na beletu ale muntu muka ya mwisho ale tana buwe kono tana roma bonde akara ande ala ntomo na akuame ntomo akuama aitie oro ntomo awande tana ntomo nde kinyeta ntomo mongo aroma barawa ho kadebo tana robo barawa ko maru arete mo ko tana renge woni ko diria
Thank you. Kindly pause. Kindly pause. There is a story the elder is giving of a woman. What is he saying about that woman?
He is saying that there was a woman that is long ago who was circumcising men. And there came a time, after circumcising men for a long time, there came a time when he asked one of the men to bed so that she could sit on his back and circumcise men sitting on a man.
That story is meant to talk about a woman who oppresses men. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Kindly, let's proceed.
Narwa tueyete lai dori eyeta kodari mana ba kenda baeta korwa ndo baeta korwa bate keye kweba bono no doriete kene gorie nkawa okay ya kwedra ekonka bidha biandwa tore akorwa Meru okay ya kwedra ya owe okethirwa watoto garutere watu okako daimano tokawate gerumi.
Can you explain, pause the video and explain what that elder has told the MCAs?
What he has told the MCAs is that if there is anybody who is going to go against what the elders will tell them to do, will be cast. And those are the ones which straight away makes that one an oath.
Thank you. Let us proceed with the video. There is a special, kindly pause. He says, Imochietio. What does that mean in Kimeru?
It is an oath that you are taking.
The Meru word for oath is what? Muchietio.
Yes.
Is that what he has said?
Yes.
Kindly let us proceed.
Okay, ya kwedru oteta safari kwata kasiona kwenda kuita tu kwa kidari mo uchoke nyuma. Na kuma narba umesabu nere Meru. Joni nekorie. Muge na gwe. O mieni tadira jambo ya to meri na mutano gitadira jambo ikenda to kombo anjuri. Na imuye ndo morome. Na okay ya kuona onto ara ugabo kodoka ibodoki. Ate manto. Tonto bou. Manto jela to akrokia na arue. Ija guita Meru o kombone. Ija guita Meru tonto bou boira mochieto menyong. Kaninge karwembo kamwe.
Thank you. Kindly pause the video. The elder is giving very specific threats on that curse that will befall upon MCAs.
Yes.
What is he saying that will happen to the MCAs if they go against the declaration?
He is telling them that if they go against the oath that he is about to administer, that curse will follow them to their homes and also to their families.
Thank you. Let us proceed.
Nambie adambua eneria eria irikura adambua enana injo guataniro ya oe darimua nambie darimua eneria eria irikura eba darimua enana injo.
Is the elder spilling some, I don't even know what to call them.
Some stuff.
You will tell us what that is. Is the elder sin spilling some stuff to the MCAs?
Yes.
What is that?
Actually, I cannot tell what the stuff that one is because I do not go near You know, there were security there. Those who were allowed to go there were those senior people. They were the ones who were near. So I don't know whether it was honey or it was honey mixed with something else. I cannot tell.
What does Njorincheke use for that kind of oathing?
That kind of oathing, sometimes, you see, in any oathing, Njorincheke uses blood. Uses blood because an animal has to be slaughtered so that you perform an oathing. And the special thing that we have in Meru, which is undertaken by Njorincheke, is the Kidiri oathing, where an animal is killed. And there are things that I cannot say because they are said to those people who have been initiated into Njorincheke.
Thank you. Can we play video number KMV17? KMV17, kindly. Kindly video KMV17.
Sasa tunataka kumuuliza mzee Kiraitu aje hapa. Ndiye alikuwa kinipeni wa Meru kisiasa, sasa amestahafu. Tunataka yeye sasa atupatie yule sasa ataongoza sisi kama wa Meru. Kwa hivyo sasa tunataka hata umetuangalia kama governor, sasa tunataka utuletee kiongozi ambaye sasa atachukua nafasi yako kuwa kiongozi wetu wa Meru. Wewe ndio utatuonyesha ni nani.
Sasa nataka akuje akae kwa hii kiti nilikuwa napewa, hata wewe kaa hapa. Ili no ntune mwana onjuri. Ndawe gitije na tutetherie tumwikerie mata. Sidio? Na kwa sababu mimi nikiangalia naona yeye atakuwa gavana wa Meru. Sasa kijana, wewe si kijana kidogo, ni kijana ambaye anaweza lipa ndeni ya baba yake. Anaweza kukalia kiti ya baba yake kama baba yake hayuko, lakini akiwa na baraka za baba yake, si muasi, si mpinduzi. Mbele ya wajumbe wa Meru ambayo wanatugambira kule Linjiko, wako hapa wakishuhudia na chiamani wao na waziri uliokaraga nyumba ya witho wa thirikari mbele yao na Arua na mbele ya Njorincheke ya Meru. Ugote mwana kaire uitegemeo ya Meru. Wewe ni tegemeo kutoka leo. Ondobo tuina maono na tutethio tuite aibune. Thank you. Umeambiwa wewe ndio tegemeo letu na kurubanjuri bonde bakuona nandi na rameto yetu yitete yerekerete.
Thank you. You can post that video. Mr. Adrian.
Yes.
According to your assessment of that video, and first of all confirm the young gentleman that has been introduced into the podium and sat on that stool. Who is that gentleman?
That is our deputy governor or the deputy governor of Meru County.
What is he told to do, or why is he being invited in front?
They are crowning him to take the position of the governor.
So they are crowning him, installing him as the governor of Meru?
Yes.
To take over leadership?
Yes.
In that meeting, you are able to see other leaders in Meru?
Yes.
Is that the same function where the MCAs were present?
Yes.
The same day?
Yes.
Finally, Mr. Adrian, did the elders in that function, who are presiding over that function, had the blessing of the Njorincheke Council of Elders to conduct that function?
Actually, no. The answer is no. Because Njorincheke members got annoyed. That was on a Saturday, and on Monday, we went to Uru. That is the quarter of the 3 sub-counties, that is the whole Tigania. And we denounced what happened at Nchiru. And we said we will even go to cleanse that shrine, because what happened there is not what should happen in a shrine. Because a shrine is a holy place. It is a holy place. Even you cannot even kill an animal there. You cannot initiate a person into Njorincheke in that shrine. You are not allowed.
Lastly, is the Njorincheke Council of Elders opposed to Governor Kawira's leadership in any way?
No.
Has it in any way advised her removal from office?
No.
That is all for this witness, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Counsel for the County Assembly, your witness for cross-examination.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Maranya, Counsel for the County Assembly. I will take the witness through the cross-examination. Bwana Royaru.
Yes.
For how long have you been the chairman of, as you have said in your paragraph number 1, the chairman of the caucus of Njorincheke Council of Elders of the Meru community? For how long have you been?
I think it's that position.
When were you elected, in other ones?
I think 2 weeks ago.
Or 2 weeks ago? That is after that meeting or before the meeting?
After that meeting, but I had other positions in Njorincheke.
Were you conveniently appointed for purposes of your evidence today?
No.
Will I be right to say so?
No.
You have also said that you've been holding other positions of Njorincheke.
Yes.
So, just to confirm, were you elected after the impeachment motion was tabled in the County Assembly?
No, because...
When were you elected? When it is when the actual date?
I think, it's just...
You were elected after the impeachment motion was tabled in the County Assembly.
I think so.
I'll be mindful of time because I'm on time restriction.
It's okay.
Will it be true for me to say that you are elected, therefore, for purposes of your statement today, so that you come under capacity of Njorincheke's chairman?
No, because I could have come even as a mere member of Njorincheke.
But does the Njorincheke have its hierarchy of in respect to communication?
Yeah.
Does any person, can any member of Njorincheke communicate on behalf of the entire group?
Yes.
Anybody?
Anybody, because in the olden days, there were no leaders of Njorincheke. There were juries or the wise men who are the leaders of Njorincheke. It is just recently when we started now having chairmen of the houses, chairmen of locations, sermons on
And it's your evidence that nowadays you have to speak through your officials. That's
No.
your evidence?
No.
You said in the past there wasn't.
There wasn't, and even now, there is nobody who is senior than the other one, even though we use their titles, even that title that I am using. It cannot make me the spokesman of Jorin Cheke.
Very well noted. You are the oath. As you
Yes.
speak, you are the oath.
Yes.
And you said you are a member of Jorin Cheke.
Yes.
You have vowed to speak the truth.
Yes.
Are you conflicted in this whole scenario? Does your son-in-law work for Meru County government as a chief officer?
Yes. I have children.
I have asked, does your son-in-law,
Yes. I've
would you
said
state
yes.
his name? To this
You
or
know
not,
it.
Senate? What is his name? What is the son-in-law? What is the name of your son-in-law who works as a chief officer in the county government of Meru?
It's Akwalu Mugambi.
Victor Akwalu Mugambi. Could I be right to say that you are here just to protect the impeachment of the governor and by extension protect the loss of job of your son-in-law?
No. Reason being, I have to say the reason. Reason being that my son-in-law was vetted by a competent assembly, and he passed the vetting, and he was
that notwithstanding, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I put it to you that you have a conflict of interest as far as the Meru County government leadership is concerned. Will I be right to say so?
No, you are not right.
You have produced a clip allegedly played at a Jorin Cheke forum. Was that a formal Jorin Cheke forum?
Actually, it wasn't.
I am asking, was it a formal Jorin Cheke forum or not?
I am saying it wasn't.
It wasn't. I am
Yes.
contented with that. I'll take
Yes.
that. You have said you are a veteran member of the Jorin Cheke.
Yes.
That's so?
Yes.
Can an oath, as you have alleged it, be conducted in a forum other than a formal Jorin Cheke forum?
It can. If you are misled, you can do the same, and that's why we are saying as members of Jorin Cheke, we are going to cleanse the shrine, because it was not done at the right time.
It was not done
at the right place.
At the right place.
Yes.
Therefore, a Jorin Cheke oath has to be done with their formalities to be followed before you administer an oath. Is that your evidence?
Yes, it is.
You said also that there need to be, one of the formalities is slaughter of an animal. That's so?
I said there is.
Is that so? Is that so?
No, I am not going to accept that, because
my question is simple, Mr. Chairman.
I was specific.
Please listen to my question.
Yes.
Is it a prerequisite that for you to administer an oath, you have to play some things, including, which you said you cannot even say here because they are non-members, members who are not initiated to Jorin Cheke?
Yes.
You said includes slaughtering an animal.
Yes.
Was it that? Or you want to recant your evidence?
No, what I am saying is, I said the Kidiri oath thing. That is not Kidiri oath thing. It is an oath thing, but
So
not
therefore,
Kidiri.
how many oaths does Jorin Cheke have?
Jorin Cheke has 3.
Sorry?
It has 3.
It has 3.
Yes.
And the three are members required to slaughter an animal?
Not all of them.
Not all of them. Is there any that is conducted in presence of non-members?
No.
No.
Yes, unless even it's done.
Now, in that meeting, I want to ask you whether the meeting was composed of only the members of Jorin Cheke.
No.
No. And it's your statement that an oath can never be conducted in the presence of non-members.
It is.
It is your evidence that an oath has to be conducted in strict presence of members only.
Yes, by stricting Jorin Cheke elders.
Yes, and anything
But
conducted,
those ones went against.
anything conducted with presence of non-members is not an oath.
It is a oath. Because the ones which were used there.
Now, Speaker, he's speaking from both sides of his mouth, saying this at the same time and saying it again. It is your evidence, Mr. Chairman, that anything conducted in presence of non-members is not an oath. That's what you've said right now. It's on record.
I did not say that. Why I'm saying I did not say that?
On record. It's on record anyway.
Maybe you got me wrong.
Therefore, you mean that an Jorincheke oath can be conducted in presence of non-members?
By wrongdoers, yes.
You are qualifying your answer. I want an unqualified answer. My question is simple, and don't be evasive. You are here to tell the truth.
Yeah.
My question is, can an oath, a perfect oath properly so called, of a Jorincheke, can it be conducted in presence of members not initiated into the group, what I'm calling non-members?
I have said no, but it happened that day.
That means if it happened, the same is not an oath.
It is.
And the conduct of the witness need to be noted, Honorable Speaker, for avoidance of that. As a member, as a seasoned member of Jorincheke, have you participated in the conducting of oaths before?
Yes.
You have conducted?
Yes.
Can an oath be taken in the absence of an accuser and the accused?
Yes, because that oath.
Or in other words, does an oath involve two parties?
Every oathing involves two parties.
Involve two parties.
Yes.
Now, in that particular oath, who are the two parties involved? Would I be right to say that the two parties involved was, according to you, was the County Assembly of Meru and the County Governor of Meru? Those are the two parties involved.
No, I am not saying that.
I am asking you, the parties involved in all this scenario of impeachment are two.
Yes.
One, who does the impeachment? Confirm it's the County Assembly of Meru.
Yeah, it's the County Assembly of
To
Meru.
impeach who? Confirm it's the County Governor of Meru.
Yeah, the County Governor of Meru.
Was the County Governor of Meru present in that oathing ceremony?
No, she was not.
She was not. She was not present. From the video that you played,
yes,
I saw the presence of Deputy Governor. Is Deputy Governor a member of Jorincheke?
No.
He is not.
Yes.
I also saw a couple of children and ladies in that forum. That's so?
Yes.
Are they members of Jorincheke?
They are not.
Are they allowed to participate in an oathing ceremony?
No.
They are not. There's a video, there's a translation to that video that is appearing on the side, on the signs of the same, of the screen, sorry. Was that translation part of the video?
Which one now, in particular?
The English translation.
The
English translation you read, you indicated at the video. Was it part of the video, or it was translated thereafter?
It was part.
It was part?
Yes.
The translation is in which language?
In English.
It's in English. Were the elders speaking English?
That day?
Yes, that day.
Yeah, there are those who are speaking in English.
From their voices, were they speaking
no,
in
they
English?
were speaking in Khmeru.
You are speaking in Khmeru?
Yes.
Therefore, that translation has been, you had to get somebody to input it. Is that so?
I'm sure you are Marian, and you got...
I'm asking a question. That was not part of the original video.
It was, it was translation. And correct translation.
Please be mindful of time.
Yes.
Was that translation part of the video?
It was, because those were the ones which were used. It's only that it is in a different language.
Did they speak in two languages?
Who?
The statement on the video are in Khmeru. The translation is in English.
Yes.
Would I be right to say that that translation was done after the video was covered or was taken?
Maybe.
Maybe. I have heard the Honorable Speaker of the County Assembly speak of one Jacob Lintori, and Honorable Speaker, if we could get to that clip where the first one, where the County Assembly Speaker is making a statement. Speaking of one Lintori, however, your translation spoke of Mithika Lintori. Sorry, the Speaker spoke of Jacob Lintori as a kingpin, while your translation spoke of Mithika Lintori as a kingpin.
Yeah, I used those.
Did you translate verbatim? Did you have a verbatim translation of
Council,
the
which video are you referring to, so that we
the
pick it up and play it for you?
The first video that was played, that was video. KM7, I'm told it's KM7 by the Council for the Governor.
KM7.
Yeah. Please read the name in capital. That is, please confirm that the name you can see is Mithika Lintori. On your translation.
Mithika Lintori, yes.
Twembunge Meru watu tukaenda sauti yemwe
That is
na tutongere tu munene wetu witwa Mithika Lintori.
What did he say? What did he say?
Ni untu.
What did you can push up?
Inyang'ombe iteta
What did the governor say? Sorry, what did the speaker say?
That they will be led
by who?
By Mithika Lintori.
And what is written on the what is the name of the kingpin, the leader?
Mithika Lintori.
And confirm that the same is not Mithika Lintori.
So you are telling?
Confirm those are two different names.
I cannot confirm because I know him.
This is an interpreter who was interpreting verbatim what has been said.
I cannot confirm that I know him the way I know you.
Confirm that what is written there is Mithika Lintori and not Mithika Lintori.
It is.
It is.
Yes.
Therefore, that translation is not capturing the actual one stated by the speaker. It's different.
According to you, but
according to even according to yourself.
According to me,
yes.
Mithika Lintori is the same as Mithika Lintori.
Translation, verbatim translation. It is not a verbatim translation of what is being stated. Is it so?
Yes.
Very well. You said you were not allowed anywhere close to the gathering of Jorincheke. Is that so?
Not.
You said you would not go there. That was your...
Not in gathering, not in Jorincheke gathering.
Yes.
You see, there was a podium where the leaders were working Mithika Lintori, if that's what you want to hear. Mithika Lintori.
You would not go closer to the... Despite you being the chairman or an official for quite a long time.
I think, if I can be right, you saw those people under uniform. And anybody who had no uniform could not reach where they were performing what they were doing.
Now, of all that conversation that we've had from the members from Honorable Kiraitu Murongi and from other members,
yes.
Have you had any word that you can point out to me making reference to removal of governor or impeachment of governor? Anyway, you can refer the technical persons to it, where they have mentioned removal of governor or they have mentioned impeachment of governor.
They have not mentioned.
They have not mentioned. I will take that. I will take that.
Don't be quick to take, because I should also add what I want to
You have
add.
answered my question, and so successfully. Now, what was the purpose of that function?
The purpose?
Yes. What was it meant?
Actually, it was announced through the local
What was the purpose of that function? Leave alone the announcement.
I am coming to the point.
No, mindful of time. We are here on a time constraint.
Honorable witness.
Yes, please.
Please answer the question.
Sorry, Speaker. Yeah.
Proceed, Council.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. And thank you. What was the purpose of that meeting?
The purpose was to plant trees.
The purpose was to plant trees.
Yes.
And it was not a formal meeting of Jorincheke. Can you transact a Jorincheke meeting in a tree planting forum?
It happened that day.
It happened that day.
Yes.
But ideally, should it happen?
It should not.
It should happen.
Yes.
You said you were there briefly. How brief were you? Yeah?
Maybe, I think, an hour and 1.5 hours or 2 hours.
1.5 or 2
I cannot
hours.
be specific.
You can't be specific.
Yes.
How long did the meeting take?
It took long because.
How long did it take?
Very many hours because
like how many hours? They took a whole day, they took 2 days, how long did it take? That's what I want to take.
It took around 7 hours.
Around 7 hours. Therefore, you only attended just a third.
Yes, I attended a third.
A third of that meeting.
Yes, but I followed everything because it was live.
Oh, you followed because it was live?
Yes.
That means much of what you are saying or what you're insinuating, you were not presently there when it occurred.
What is now much?
You were not there. You left after 1.5 hours or 2.5
Yes.
hours, and it took over 7 hours.
Yes.
You were not there. You have spoken of, you have produced a clip where the former governor of Meru, Right Murongi, says that you will be our governor. Is that so? You will be our,
yeah.
He actually says in Swahili, wewe ni tegemeo.
When Tegemeo, we are seeing you becoming the governor of Meru.
Did he say when you become the governor of Meru? Did he say whether it's now or in the future?
He did not.
He did not.
Yeah.
There is a statement that wewe ni tegemeo, which you have translated loosely to mean you are our leader. According to you, is that translation correct or incorrect?
It is correct.
What is a leader in Kiswahili?
Kiongozi.
Kiongozi.
Yeah.
And it's not tegemeo. What is tegemeo in Swahili?
Tegemeo in Swahili.
Yes.
It is tegemeo.
No, sorry, what is tegemeo in English? Sorry. In English.
Huh?
What is tegemeo in English?
Tegemeo in English?
Yes.
Tegemeo in English is that.
Is it being reliable?
We depend, or we can
being
depend
depended on?
Yeah, depend
or
on.
being reliable?
Yes.
Confirm, therefore, according to your interpretation of that translation, that tegemeo does not mean a leader. Tegemeo does not mean leader in English.
But according to what was
I am asking a question. Please confirm, according to your just added translation, that the word tegemeo in Kiswahili does not mean leader in English.
Actually, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Yes.
Please now confirm that that was a wrong interpretation of the translation. Is that so? Being mindful of time again.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that video, you have spoken of sour milk. The second video that was played, Council.
Come again.
17? KM 17, video number 17.
Yes.
There's a reference to milk.
To?
To milk, sour milk, what you call to as sour milk.
Yes.
If the clip can be played for the interest of the honorable senators. Yes. There's an interpretation. The clip, kindly, if the same can be, so that I yield some minutes to my colleague to wipe.
Inyango mbiteta kunyorujite nae.
The last clip.
Meru etambere.
Is that 17?
Ana vetu baratu kuthomithia bakarabwega ilasima Meru giteatea.
Once the honorable speaker.
Gethira yale MCA ibe yabo ndekaire. Bure kirwa njara ne akoroba njuri ncheke.
But there's a reference to milk.
Gethira chapter yetu. Araka MCA je ni puinde. Kambo ya kalono
tindo wantoke antaba mata o brother ame inyeta wa na ba bueno bate ke ye ko ba bueno no jeriete ke ne ko ye nkawa
For avoidance of wasting,
yes. Tore akoroba Meru. Okay, akwedhorea. Oe, okay, dherwa wacho garotere. Watu okay akoda imano toka wategerumi.
In other words, for avoidance of wasting time, Honorable Speaker, there was reference to milk, which was interpreted to be sour milk. Is there a difference between milk and sour milk?
Yes, there is.
In the clip, did they refer to as sour milk or they referred to milk?
I have not seen that one unless it is played again.
Anyway, now I want to, among my parting shot, when did the conversation of impeachment of governor begin? When did that conversation begin?
It was after...
When did it begin?
It began after the function that was...
When was that function was on 14th of October.
Which function?
That function was on 14th of October.
Then what is your question?
I am asking, confirm that that function was on 14th of October.
Yes, it was.
Confirm that the conversation of impeachment began way in August or September.
No.
When was the motion? Did you know when the motion was tabled in the County Assembly?
No.
You can't tell?
I can't tell. I can't tell.
You can't tell when the motion was tabled?
Mm.
Wrong. Have you read the motion itself?
Me?
Have you read the motion of impeachment against the governor?
No.
You have not read?
Yeah.
And I want to put to you that one of the grounds of impeachment includes misappropriation of public funds, usurpation of county powers of the statutory bodies. What does your evidence today answer to any of those charges that the governor has been charged to have committed?
No.
It doesn't address to those questions.
Yeah, because my affidavit is different from that one.
And it does not address the question of...
I think, Council, I think that is to the senators to decide. Really.
Very well, very well. I'm well guided, Honorable Speaker. You have stated that during Cheke elders, they are responsible for shaping the leadership of Meru.
Yes.
Is that so?
Yes.
And they have indeed shaped all the leadership of Meru. The election of leaders, they have informed, they have advised, they have shaped it. Is that so?
Actually, that one has not happened to this case that we have now.
Not the case. I am asking, in the past, they have shaped the leadership of Meru.
Yes, but
they have influenced the leadership of Meru.
Not influencing.
They have shaped it.
Yes.
Including that of the impugned governor. Including that, the leadership, the election of the governor who is being impeached.
No.
So,
no. The reason why I'm saying no,
yes,
is because there is no time that we have sat down as in Cheke, either to advise the governor and our deputy.
Honorable Speaker, for the sake of time, I will yield a few minutes to my colleague, Mr. Morioki, to conclude.
Now, Council, cross-examine on different areas. Because I noticed with the other witness,
Mr. Speaker.
You actually cross-examine on areas that your colleague had covered. So if an area has been covered, just don't go back there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honour Adrian.
Yes.
You indicated while standing there.
Yes.
That when an oath is administered, things are said which you cannot even speak in this Senate chamber. Is that correct?
I did not say that. What I said there are things which are used which I cannot say in this chamber.
Exactly. And in that video that you have seen, Can you point us to any of those things in the video?
Which ones?
The videos that have been played.
Yes.
Can you point us to any of those things that you have referred to?
No.
Thank you.
Only the ones.
Thank you. Bwana Adrian, you will agree with me that the word used there, musietio, means to swear, right?
Yes.
And the word, the proper Kimeru word for oath is muma, right?
Kushitia and Muma, they are the same. They are synonyms.
When Adrian, you said...
Council, you know, other than the senator from Meru, and I think more fire, those are the only ones who understand Kimeru. If you start exchanging with the witness on Meru words, you know, you're basically leaving the Senate behind.
Mr. Speaker, I'm well guided.
Please.
Bwana Adrian, are you a registered voter?
Yes, I am.
Did you vote in the last election?
Yes, I voted.
To the best of your knowledge, is a governor installed by the Council of Elders or is a governor voted in by the voters?
The governor is voted in by the voters.
So your testimony that the Council of Elders installed a governor is just hearsay and information that cannot be relied on.
That's why I'm here to say that was wrong.
Thank you. When you look at your video, that you have played, what is the title of the video that is provided by the that you have provided by your council? Does it say tree planting?
Tree planting.
Thank you. Where did you say that event took place?
Meru.
And you will agree with me that that place where the event took place is the main shrine of the Njorincheke Council of Elders.
Yes, it is.
It is in fact the headquarters.
Yes.
And you will agree with me that ordinarily or rather that you said yourself that an animal cannot be killed at the shrine.
Yes.
And it was also your testimony that oaths are administered when animals are killed, or animals have to be killed for an oath to be administered.
I cited one oath, that is Kediri in Kemeru.
You have testified that no elder, even the chairman, speaks on behalf of the council, right? No elder speaks on behalf of Njorincheke. That is what you said.
I said, you can speak as a leader. And then I said, in those days, there were no leaders. There were juries or the wise men who were the leaders of Njorincheke.
You said while standing there that even someone with a position like chairman does not speak on behalf of Njorincheke. That is what you said.
I think you got me wrong.
No, Council, I'm getting a bit uncomfortable. I wish you could cross-examine on areas that your colleague has not cross-examined on, because otherwise now you are basically you're starting as if your colleague hasn't done any work, because all those questions that you're asking are exactly what your colleague has asked, and answers have been provided.
Thank you, Mr.
Speak
Speaker.
on areas that have not been covered by your colleague so that we make progress.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm well guided. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request that the first video be played so that we point out some inconsistencies between the translations and the words that are spoken.
Na ntukwena arua akwenda kuga twe mbunge Meru batu tukaenda sauti emwe na tutongeretwe munene wetu witwa mthiko nturi nturi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Ni untu inya ng'ombe iteta kunywa ruji nae.
Pause.
Kwa kenda Meru eta.
Did you hear that speaker ask a question? You had a question?
Yes.
Can you see any question on those translations?
The question mark is not there, but the statement is there.
Can you see any question there? That is the question I have asked.
That's why I'm saying it is only the question mark which is not there, but the statement is there.
The speaker speaks or talks about Meru progressing or Meru going ahead. Is that correct?
Yeah, and the cows being turned to.
Is that appearing anywhere on those captions?
Well, you see, I think it appeared on the first one, if I'm not wrong.
Can we proceed with the video, please?
Kenda Meru eta mbere. Ana vetu bara tukuthomithia bakara bwega irazima Meru egite atia igwatanire. Ngithira yari MCA ibe yabonde kaire. Bure kirwa njara ya kuruba njuri ncheke tuendelia chapter yetu. Haraka MCA jeni puinde.
Pause. Kambo ya kalono kambo kindogo atokea ntwa mata. Kana ya muno.
Pause the video.
Baba tana ro.
Mr. Witness, does the speaker say, or does the speaker ask for some people to come so that a hand of blessing may be laid on them?
Yes.
Does that appear anywhere in the translations?
Which one now? The one now.
The translation that you have provided.
That is not the translation.
Thank you. That is not the translation. Thank you.
I'm saying that is not the translation which you're asking. Unless if the video is replayed.
Mr. Adrian Aruyaro.
Yes.
The story that is being told by the speaker who is currently holding the mic right now, is it part of the Kimeru folklore? Or the general collection of the Kimeru culture and stories and what have you?
It is.
Thank
but
you.
It is referring,
Thank you.
It is referring to somebody.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, or rather, witness, you will agree with me that Article 11 of our Constitution recognizes culture as the foundation of our nation.
Yeah.
You will agree with me that there is no single illegal activity that has been shown in those videos.
No, because the whole thing took place.
Thank you. You will therefore agree with me that trying to paint the words of those speakers as anything other than what they were, a blessing and a culture of folklore being told, is an attempt to disparage the culture of the Meru people.
No, because I have not done that.
Mr. Speaker, that is all from me. I discharge the witness.
Thank you. Now, honorable senators, we have 5 minutes to seek any clarifications or questions.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker.
Or re-examination.
Yes.
Re-examination. Sorry,
Thank you.
Council.
Thank you. I'll take less than 4 minutes in re-exam. You have been told that several of those translations are inaccurate.
Yes.
Were you relying on the translations, or you are relying on your own understanding and of the Kimeru language being?
I was relying on my own understanding of the Meru language.
Did you correctly translate what was being said?
Yes.
You have also been told that that was a tree planting ceremony.
Yes.
Is that your testimony?
Actually, it was not, because in that clip, we have not seen anywhere where we planted trees.
Thank you very much. You have also been told that that could not have been an oathing ceremony because, number one, all elders were not present, that we had also non-members of Njori in that ceremony. Did you witness an oath being administered?
Yes.
Lastly, did you witness the deputy governor being installed as the governor of Meru?
Yes.
Did the elders in that clip have the blessing of the wider Njurincheke to administer the oath?
They don't, because Njurincheke does not crown a governor. A governor is voted. If Njurincheke has that powers, we could not have an electoral commission.
Honorable witness,
Yes, please.
Answer the question as asked by your counsel.
Yes.
Did
Come
they
again?
have blessings of
No.
the Njurincheke?
They did not have blessings
Yes.
of Njurincheke. That is all for this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable senators. We have 5 minutes to ask questions or clarifications. The Honorable Sharanke.
Mine is, Mr. Speaker, to the witness. Mr. Witness, you have told us that the Meru County Assembly was competent when they vetted your son-in-law who happens to be the chief officer.
Yes.
Is it competent now that it carried out the impeachment proceedings? Number two, in that meeting, was the word impeachment of a governor used? And number three, when were you appointed as the official of the Njurincheke? And finally, Mr. Speaker, do you have an authority to speak on behalf of the Njurincheke? And in that meeting, whether the cabinet secretary in charge of forestry and environment was present in that meeting? I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Proceed to respond to that question.
Yeah, may I start with the first word, where I talked about the competence of the county assembly. If the county assembly, I said it vetted my son-in-law, and he passed the vetting. About impeachment, I think these are two different things. Impeachment, there are rules and regulations about the impeachment, and also vetting. They are not the same, they are rules. So you cannot compare the vetting of my son-in-law to the impeachment of the governor. You have asked me about when I was elected, not unpicked, elected. I said this about 2 weeks ago, but I had other positions. I am the organizing secretary of my house, which is known by the name Ruadene Njurincheke House. So I have been a leader even before being given the position of a chairman of 3 sub-counties. The other question, please, Honorable Senator, can you come again? Because I did not
Was
write.
the CS in charge of forest and environment present in that meeting, in that tree planting meeting?
Yes, she was there. And what surprised us is a function being attended by a senior person like the CS for environment turned to be political, and it was a tree planting function.
Honorable Kavindu.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the witness. What does it exactly mean when the Njurincheke group sits somebody on a seat and announces him does that mean that they have removed the current governor of Meru and sat another governor on the seat of Meru? What does it mean, and what impact does it have?
What it means, Njuricheke is powerful in our community, and anything that Njuricheke says is taken seriously. But Njuricheke has no mandate whatsoever to do that. Even though it happened on that day, it is not the stand of Njuricheke. Actually, because even if you do that, you cannot remove the incubating governor from our seat. It's only that you make people think that that thing will happen.
Now, honorable senators, we need to move to the next witness. You can stand down there. The counsel for the governor, kindly call your third witness.
Mr. Speaker, sir, our next witness is Dickson Munene. The witness shall be led by Ms. Brida Kimathi. Thank you.
So would you wish to take an oath of program? I'll take an oath. You take an oath. In that case, you read this text. What's your faith? I'm a Christian. Christian. You hold the Bible on your right hand. Take the oath. These people call you to the oath. Okay.
Proceed to take the oath.
I, Nkanata Dickson Munene, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my colleague, Ms. Kimathi, will take on to the witness for about 10 minutes to address a certain aspect of the claim, and then I will continue in the exam in chief. We expect to take around an hour.
You had 4 hours. You had 4 hours. Now you've done 2. You remain with 2 hours. So if this witness takes 2, the other witness will take the other hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. For record purpose, my name is Brida Kimathi. Mr. Nkanata, kindly introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Dickson Munene Nkanata. I'm the CCM Legal Affairs, Public Service Management and Administration at the County Government of Meru.
Do you confirm that you swore an affidavit in support of the response to the governor?
Yes, I confirm.
And is this the affidavit on page 46 of the response of the governor?
Yes, it is.
Do you confirm that the signature at page 72 is your signature?
I confirm.
Mr. Nkanata, have you had the opportunity to read the motion?
Yes, I have.
Could you kindly read for us count number 1A? Count number 1, claim A.
Okay, the count number 1 is misappropriation and misuse of county resources. Under that, the governor, it's alleged that the governor has grossly violated those provisions of the law by, in the following way: A, the embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sisters, in brackets, Rose Kinya Gwantai and Miriam Gwantai, brother, in bracket, Kenneth Gwantai Murangiri, brother-in-law, in bracket, Nefat Kinywa, and the nephew to the governor's husband, Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, all of whom are from now on collectively referred to as the governor's relatives.
It was claimed yesterday that 78 million shillings have been, or rather has been misappropriated by the named people in that claim. Is that true?
That was the allegation, but that is not true.
It was also alleged that it was claimed that this 78 million has been met by an account of 2 million shillings. Is that true?
Again, that was the allegation, but the position is that the charge and the particulars of this charge, this count, was directed towards particular individuals. That is Rose Kinya Gwantai, Miriam Gwantai, Kenneth Gwantai Murangiri, Nefat Kenywa, and Edwin Mutuma Murangiri. And in the process, we sought to get information on as it appears in the record of the IFMIS for these particular individuals, the payments that were made that would have been attributed to these particular individuals.
Is this the claim? Is the claim that you're referring to based on the IFMIS that they have presented?
Yes, it is based on the IFMIS record that appears on page 17 to 29 of their documents.
Is there any allegation that has been made for failure to account for the 78 million that was alluded to yesterday?
There is no such an allegation in this particular count. There is no actually an allegation of the amount that the governor is saying to have failed to account.
In your understanding, Mr. Kanata, the payment that you've just explained, that I alluded to in the IFMIS extract, are these payments made subject to a specific budget or budgeted allocation? Yes,
the payments were made pursuant to the budget of County Government of Meru, budget of 2022-2023, and the vote end of the Office of the Governor.
And what is the nature of that budget item?
It's basically a recurrent expenditure. The Office of the Governor does not have a budget for development. It is recurrent expenditure.
And you confirm that there is no allegation against the governor for failure to account for this amount?
There is no such an allegation.
Now, an issue was raised around the entries in the said IFMIS extract supplied by the County Assembly. And the issue raised described prepayments. Is there any complaint in the motion that you read about the prepayments?
There is no such a complaint on prepayment in the motion.
And in any event, What do you understand generally on the term prepayment as presented in the IFMIS extract?
Well, my understanding on the term prepayment as used is that these were funds or money that was paid before a certain activity would happen. For instance, you're supposed to travel, you get paid in arrangement to that travel. There's supposed to be an event that's supposed to be organized. There is payment in preparation of that event. Those are prepayments.
And what happens to this prepayment after they've been paid? Is it like, is there an accountability for the same?
They are supposed to be accounted by the person to whom the money is being deposited into in the account.
So you confirm that prepayment is actually an accepted practice, so to say?
Yes, it is. And in fact, if you look at that IFMIS extract from page 17 to 29, I would like to take you through it, give an example on the same. Some of the prepayments that appears in the first, on page 17, you realize that there are a number of entries on 1st July 2022.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that is page 17 of the volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents. Proceed.
Yes, on 1st July 2022, there are payments whose item description is prepayment, 9 of them. I would like to confirm that those were payments that were actually made in the previous regime. That is the regime before the regime of Governor Kiraito, the former governor, Meru County.
In any case, is there any charge that the governor is facing for failure to account for these prepayments?
There is no such a charge.
Kindly proceed to count 1B. If you could read for us count 1B.
Count 1B is the withdrawal of county funds under the guise of payment for various supplies by the governor's relatives, yet they, that is the governor's relatives, yet they are ineligible to tender for or supply any goods or services to the county government.
What would you say is the basis for this charge? Or what is the charge based on?
Okay, the charge still is based on the complaint that was alluded to, that appears in the volume.
Is this the complaint on page 1 of volume 2?
Yes, page 1 of volume 2 to page 29. It's the complaint of one Duranela Salesio Mutuma.
In this charge, it has been alleged that the governor's relatives supplied the county government, or rather funds were misappropriated through the governor's relatives, where they supplied the county government with supplies. What is the nature of those supplies? Or rather, are you aware of any supplies that were made?
Okay, I'm not aware of any supplies that were made by the alleged governor's relatives. But from the complaint, from the phase of the complaint, you can see the item description called hospital supplies.
Yes, can I take you to page 6 of volume 2?
Yes, I'm there.
Specifically, item number, the voucher number is 65735.
Yes. Yes, it reads hospital supplies and others. And
you confirm that the mover of the motion alluded to the fact that the supply of this specific voucher was for hospital supplies?
yes, that was what was alluded by the move of the motion. And the reason why we did not be able to explain this further is because the charge is as against the governor's relatives. Is as against the governor's relatives who had been previously listed. And under this particular complaint, on the phase of page 4 to page 5 and 6 that you've taken me through, is that these are transaction history between Kadhure Rukaria Catherine, who has not been listed among the alleged governor's relatives.
Yes, regardless, but in relation to that charge, I would like for you to read us, to take us to page 19 of the Ifemis extract of volume 2 of the bundle of documents of the County Assembly.
Yes,
page 19.
I am there.
On that page, can you see the voucher number 65735 that is alleged to on page 6 as hospital supplies?
Yes, I can see it.
Could you read to us what this, can you confirm that this is the same voucher number?
Yes, it is.
And what was the payment for this specific voucher number made for?
Hospitality supplies.
So would you say that this is a deliberate attempt to misrepresent facts by the mover of the motion?
Yes, I would say that it was a deliberate attempt by the complainant, and the mover of the motion fell into that by concluding that that was a hospital supplies as opposed to hospitality supplies.
Okay. So let us go back to the IFMIS report that is from page 17 to 29 of volume 2.
Yes.
Was this report formally requested for and supplied?
No, the same was not, it wasn't, to my best of my knowledge, it wasn't.
Is the report presented before this House certified?
It is not certified.
Well enough. It's been alleged that some vouchers lack 1 or 2 signatures. I refer you to the vouchers that we produced on pages 19 to 342 of our exhibit, index of exhibits. It's here. It's okay, you don't need to. Yes. You're aware that that the governor produced vouchers on pages 19 to 342?
Yes, I am aware.
It's been alleged that these vouchers lack 1 or 2 signatures. In your knowledge and understanding, can you explain this?
Yes, I can explain. When we were required to respond to this motion, we were given 3 days to respond to the same. As a matter of fact, at the moment, the external auditors in Meru County, and some of the documents that we would have wanted to rely on are documents that they are with the external auditors. So what we did, we got copies of documents. We got copies of documents from the Chief of Staff. And it appears that some of these copies of the documents that the Chief of Staff made, they are not copies that were made as a final, for instance, a final voucher that has been signed at the time of making the payment. These are copies of the vouchers that have been signed and forwarded. Thereafter, they have been forwarded to the Department of Finance so that they can effect payment. So you will find that in some of the copies of the vouchers that we have attached, the Director of Accounts is indicated as to have not signed, because this is a copy that was made from the copies that were with the Chief of Staff.
So are you confirming that the original copies are with the external auditors?
Yes, the original copies are with the external auditors, and if we had been given more time to get them, or
Final copies, rather.
the final copies, which are the original copies, they are with the external auditors, and I'm sure that all of them have been signed.
So is it your testimony today that this impeachment motion is immature in that?
Yes, it was, in my opinion, it was premature because we should have waited for, if at all, they ordered to insist on bringing a charge as against misappropriation and misuse of county resources, then it would have worked well or better for them to have a report of the external auditor who is carrying out their audit at the moment. And that is even further emphasized by a letter from the CEC Finance, which letter appears in their bundle of documents on page 30, I believe, page 30 of their bundle of documents, that is volume 2. It's actually page 31. Where it gives an explanation that the Public Finance Management Act under Section 164 makes provision for the county treasury of the county government to prepare and submit to the Auditor General the annual finance statements in respect of county government in formats to be prescribed by the Accounting Standards Board. She further indicates the document that usually accompany this as the statement would include the services for which the appropriated money was spent, the amount actually spent on each service, the status of each vote compared with the appropriation for the vote, a statement explaining any variations between the actual expenditure and the sums voted, and any other information specified by the county treasury. So this is information that would have, all this would have helped to explain those entries in the IFMIS. And if at all there is any issue, it would have been flagged.
Thank you. Now, from your understanding then, is there any impeachable offense on these two on the account of the governor?
I don't see any impeachable offense in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Kanata. Mr. Speaker, sir, I yield the witness to Mr. Kubasu.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my name is Okubasu. I'll take on to the witness for the remainder of the questions. And I want to start by a claim that was made about employment of traffic marshals. For this, I will refer you to page 394 of volume 2. 394 of volume 2. And I want to ask you a question for this House, which is it true that the governor established and recruited traffic marshals?
It is not true.
What is your response?
My response is this. The governor flagged a pilot test for traffic marshals. And this is an explanation that is gotten from page 394 of the letter of the county secretary to the county public service board, where the county secretary indicates that the town, that is Meru town, has been overwhelmed with traffic jams, making its special services such as ambulance and firefighting get inconvenienced and with repercussions. So the existing enforcement officers who are in charge of cleaning the town or making sure, ensuring that there is no traffic jams could do this work. Who could do this work? There are few.
Council, kindly direct the House on which document you're making reference to.
We are referring to volume 2 of the County Assembly's document, at page 394 to be precise.
Very well. Proceed.
So in that letter, the county secretary confirms that they have pilot tested the initiative using the cleaners by training them and having them do this work. And they found that the initiative was highly successful. So it is a letter requesting the county public service board to create the positions of the traffic marshals.
So that it is your position that those positions for traffic marshals are yet to be established.
They are yet to be established. They're in the process of being established, subject to meeting the requirements that the County Public Service Board indicated.
Okay. We'll leave that issue, and then we go to an issue that is raised under on cleaners that have been designated as senior support staff. And I want to lead you to page 373 of volume 2. Page 373 of volume 2. Do you have any explanation as to the designation of a cleaner as a senior support staff?
Okay, I indicated that as the CCM of public service, I do not have any information as to a designation of a cleaner into a senior support staff. And the copies of the payslips that have been attached here, I cannot tell as to their authenticity. All I have noticed is that the purported senior support staff are being paid the same amount a cleaner is paid, which is 15,000 per month. That is the gross, the basic salary, which is the basic salary for a cleaner. So I would highly suspect that this is something that has been edited from cleaner to a senior support staff.
Okay, I think very well go with that. Now, there is this allegation about Nefat Kinyua being assigned the position of the Director of External Linkages without a competitive recruitment process. It's an issue that arose here.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What is your position about it?
My position about this is that Nefat Kinyua, who is an administrator in the office of the Deputy Governor, was deployed to perform the functions of a Director External Linkages. This was done after the person who had been appointed, the substantive person who had been appointed for that position, who is Vincent Mutueri, after his academic qualifications and degrees were verified by the County Public Service Board, they found that those documents were forged. And for that particular reason, his appointment was revoked. So this deployment was made awaiting substantive appointment of another direct external linkages.
Okay, has that happened already or not yet?
It has happened.
It has happened?
Yes.
Okay, how about the other claim that was made of Kenneth Mwiti Riungu and being appointed without the approval of the County Assembly?
I also confirm that Kenneth Mwiti Riungu was not appointed as a chief officer, but deploying to perform the functions of that particular office. And a deployment, it is something that is allowed in law by the County Government Act, where a public officer, in this case the county secretary, can make deployment awaiting substantive appointments.
Okay.
And on the same note, that if such a deployment have been made irregularly, the County Public Service Board has the authority in law under Section 64, subsection 5 of the County Government Act to take corrective measures, which include to nullify that particular deployment or delegation.
Okay. Okay, I'll ask you one final question on this issue, and this question, I want you to look at page 295 of volume 2. Page 295 of volume 2, and request you to confirm that the appointment or deployment of Edwin Mutuma, Kenneth Riungu, and Gitobu Nkanata was done, number one, by the county secretary. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
And second is that it did not affect only those 3 employees.
Yes, it did not affect the 3 employees only.
Okay. So how many employees were affected, if you may tell this House?
17.
17 employees. Is there any complaint in respect of the 17 employees?
There is no complaint, but there was a petition that was filed in court by the same Salesio Duranera on illegal appointment, alleged illegal appointment and deployment by the county secretary, where he sues the county secretary. That matter is still pending in court.
Okay. Fair enough. I will ask you, I'm about to finish. There are questions about the appointment of Monica Kawira, Dr. Kome Mudhuri, Francis Muigai, and Silas Mbabu, that these people were appointed in an acting capacity for more than 6 months. Is that a correct allegation or it's not?
It is not correct.
What is your explanation to that?
Is that Monica Kagwema was appointed in acting capacity on 17th of May 2023. 6 months are yet to lapse. The other 2, Dr. Kome Mudhuri, was appointed on 23rd August 2023 in acting capacity still. And it's still not 6 months after his appointment in acting capacity.
So that your position is that the positions these people are acting for 6 months has not substantially ended for most of them?
It has not, and there is no evidence that has been put in place to confirm that or substantiate that allegation.
Okay, there's a question about 100 staff that have been employed by the governor in her office. Is that a correct position?
It is not a correct position. And
what is the correct position?
To my knowledge, I have not seen any letters of appointment signed by the governor appointing these particular employees under the office of the governor, and that these particular employees are usually appointed by the County Public Service Board. That is one. 2, it is not true that the number that is alleged there, it is the number of employees that have been appointed under the office of the governor. Some of them are cleaners, casual cleaners who have been designated into to clean the offices of the governor, the residences of both the governor and the deputy governor. And these are employees that essentially are under public service.
Okay. I'll ask you 2 questions about the grievances of the deputy governor in relation to employees. And one of them is, it has been claimed that the deputy governor has been frustrated by taking away of some of his employees. So question number 1 is this: to the best of your knowledge, and I saw this in the affidavit of the driver. How many drivers does the deputy governor have?
He had 4 drivers.
So your testimony is that the deputy governor had 4 drivers?
Yes.
Okay, one of the drivers has complained that the county wrote a letter acknowledging non-existent resignation letters. I want to take you to page 366 and page 367 of the volume of the governor's response, the indexture to the governor's response, the blue document. And I want you to confirm to this House whether it is true or not true that the county government wrote a letter acknowledging non-existent resignation letters.
You said page 367?
366 and 367. Of the document by the governor. My question is, I want you to confirm to this House whether or not there was existent or non-existent resignation letters.
There was resignation letters.
Is that found anywhere on the record?
Yes. There is a letter of resignation, page 366. There's another one on page 367.
So they are actually resignation letters. Is that correct?
From the face of it, they are resignation letters.
Resignation letters. Has any of those employees taken the county government to court in respect of those resignation letters?
None of the employees have taken the county government to court.
To the best of your knowledge, has anyone been charged in the county government for forgery of the resignation letters?
I'm not aware of any person.
Okay. So I'll finish just by asking you one question on the IFMIS. I will repeat. I will go back there, and I just want you to confirm one thing to this House on the charge of misappropriation of funds. Please confirm the date when the governor assumed office.
On 25th August 2022.
On 25th of August 2022.
Yes.
Now, the IFMIS document that we have been given predates the date when the governor got into office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are there entries that are similar in nature during the time when this governor was not in office, and they are similar to what has happened after she got into office?
Yes, there are entries as I have pointed out.
Can you just flag out 2 or 3 of them again? And that will be the last question from me. At page 17. Of volume 2, that is?
Yes.
By the county assembly.
The first 2 entries are on prepayment.
Okay.
And the third entry also is on hospitality supplies.
So that all those correspond to what happens after the governor comes into office?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, sir, that will be all in examine chief for the witness. I will hand him over for cross-examination.
Counsel for the County Assembly, you may proceed to cross-examine the witness.
My learned friend, Mr. Dixon Monene, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Please confirm to the Senate your professional background.
I'm a lawyer by profession and an advocate of the High Court.
Practicing with which firm?
I stopped practicing when I joined the county government.
In which firm were you practicing before you stopped?
OMK Advocates.
Who was your partner in that law firm?
There was Isaac Kazungu. There was Dr. Okubasu.
That was our colleague who just examined you a while ago, right?
Yes.
As a learned man, we can take it you're fairly familiar with the laws of Kenya, right?
Yes.
I want us, before we go to those laws, who is the accounting officer in the office of the governor?
Either the chief officer
Either the chief officer,
under the office of the governor or the chief of staff.
but as a matter of fact, who is the designated accounting officer for the office of the governor of Meru County?
It's the chief officer, apparently.
His name?
Her name is Naomi.
Okay. You will agree that would ordinarily be the person testifying to accusations of embezzlement of funds, not you who heads a different department. Wouldn't you agree to that, sir?
It depends.
Who ordinarily, sir, you're a lawyer, let's make it easy. Who, as a matter of law and fact, and ideally should be responding to the allegations about embezzlement of funds, is it you or the accounting officer?
The accounting officer.
Good. Does the Meru County government have a CEC for finance?
It does.
What is her name?
CPA Monica Kadhono.
Monica Kadhono.
Yes.
You will agree with me, even if we were to take it that there is no accounting officer, that will be the next person in line that will be better placed to tell the Senate about misappropriation of funds, correct or incorrect?
In your assumption, yes, correct.
I put it to you, sir, that the reason none of these officers has been called as a witness is because they know from their professional background they cannot defend the allegations before the Senate.
That is not true. The reason is because many of the allegations that have been made here are on employment, and we could not bring every employee of the county to answer to these questions.
We are with the allegation of embezzlement of funds. I put it to you, sir, that the reason the governor has not called either of these two officers to defend the irregularities on these IFMIs is because those officers cannot, as professionals in that line, defend the content of these IFMIs, the irregularities on it.
That is not true.
That is not true. You just told the Senate that...
Dr. Mudomi.
Yes.
Just a little bit housekeeping. How much time do you need for purposes of cross-examination?
Mr. Speaker, I see myself taking at least an hour with this witness, which I'll be sharing with my learned friend, Mr. Boniface Mawira, and time permitting with Mr. Mari Maranya.
1 hour might be too much.
It's my challenge, Mr. Speaker, is you note of all the affidavits filed by the governor, the bulk of the governor's defense is in this witness's affidavit. He speaks to very many things. The length of his affidavit clearly confirms it. That is the only reason we beseech you to grant us at least an hour.
Very well. We are going to give you 30 minutes. We take a break for lunch, then you resume and work within that timeline.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Mr. Dixon Monene, it is your testimony before the Senate that the transactions on the IFMIS report at page 17 to 29 relate to the period when Governor Kiraitu was the governor, right?
That is not true. I have seen that it transcends between the two regimes. When the former governor was in place and when the new governor, the current governor is.
It transcends the two regimes.
Yes.
Would you agree with me this document, sir, has hundreds upon hundreds of transactions?
Yes.
Would you also agree with me that out of these hundreds upon hundreds of transactions, only 12 cover the period when the Honorable Kiraitu Murungi was the governor?
I'll have to confirm that.
Okay, we will confirm with you. Go to page 17. What is the date? At page 17 of the first transaction?
Sorry, 1st of July 2022.
When did the governor assume office?
25th August.
25th August.
Yes.
So when you will agree with me, after the first 12 transactions, all the other transactions on page 17 cover the period when the governor, Kawira, was the one in charge, right?
Right.
That applies to all the transactions on the next page, right?
Right.
And the next page.
Yes.
And the next page.
Yes.
All the way to the end.
Yes, until the end of the financial year.
Good. Therefore, you will agree with me, sir, that more than 99% of these IFMIs relates to a period when the Honorable Kawira was the governor for Meru County. True or untrue, it's there on the document.
I have not necessarily seen more than 99%, but majority.
Would you agree more than 90%?
Yes, I would.
Good. It is therefore not correct or even fair to suggest that it is someone else other than the Governor Kawira Mwangaza who should be questioned about the irregularities in this IFMIS.
That was never the suggestion.
Okay, that was not the suggestion. We'll deal with it later. Is there anywhere in the impeachment motion where we mention hospitality?
Yes.
In which paragraph? And what page? Is there anywhere we have mentioned hospital supplies?
No, various supplies.
Yeah, but everywhere that was made of the phrase hospital supplies vis-a-vis hospitality supplies.
That is in your annex.
I'm talking about the motion, sir.
It is not in the motion.
Good. I would assume, sir, as the head of legal in Meru County, you're familiar with the County Governments Act. Is that a fair assumption for me to make?
Yes, it is.
Let's go to volume 3 of our BADO. Mr. Speaker, volume 3 of the Assembly's BADO. Go to page 19, sir, of that volume. You see there is Section 30 of the County Governments Act, right?
I'm not there yet. I'm trying to. You sent page
19 of our volume 3.
Yes.
What is the title of that Section 30? Mr. Dixon Monene, what is the heading of that section as per the statute?
Functions and responsibilities of a county governor.
It talks of two things. One is functions, right?
Yes.
The other one is responsibilities, right?
Yes.
You will agree the word responsibility connotes accepting the consequences of one's actions and omissions, even as a matter of ordinary grammar, isn't it?
Sorry?
When we say the responsibility of so and so, aren't we saying, using another derivative of the word, they are responsible for the things listed there?
Yes.
Therefore, you would agree the governor is responsible, as per this section, paragraph A, for diligently executing the functions of the office. Diligence is the word used, right?
Where are you?
The requirement here is one of diligence, paragraph 2A.
Yes.
You will also agree with me, sir, as a matter of ordinary grammar, diligence connotes active engagement, not the idea of saying it wasn't me or it was the work of someone else. Doesn't it connote exercising close supervision, paying attention to detail? Does it connote detachment from the matter at hand so that I am detached? It wasn't me. It was the county secretary. It was the chief of staff. It was other officials. It wasn't me. Does this section permit a detached governor, a governor who is detached from what is happening in our own office? Either it does or it doesn't, Mr. Munene, and you are a lawyer, please.
It connotes that the governor should diligently execute the functions and exercise the authority provided for in the Constitution and legislation, the governor's authority.
So it means governor's authority is to be exercised diligently.
Yes.
Not in a nonchalant or careless or I don't care type of approach, isn't it?
Diligently is the word.
Diligently. Let's go to paragraph 3. Before we go to 3, above there is a Roman I. Does it require the governor to ensure the discharge of any function within the county and within the provision of any services? Doesn't it mean the governor is responsible, going back to the title, for ensuring the proper discharge of all the functions of the county executive?
Which Roman?
Roman I. Section 30, subsection 2, Roman I.
So what I have, it says that by a decision notified in the county gazette,
yes,
the governor shall assign to every member of the county executive committee responsibility to ensure the discharge of any function within the county and the provision of related services to the people.
So the governor does not just assign responsibilities to CECMs or indeed any other officer. they have to ensure the discharge of the relevant function, and going to the previous section, diligently, isn't it?
My understanding is that the governor shall assign to every member a responsibility. And this responsibility, it is to ensure the discharge of any function within the county and the provision of related services to the people.
Fair enough. Let's go to 3. Can you read the opening line to subsection 3?
In performing the functions under subsection 2, the governor shall.
It says the governor shall. So this section is speaking to an obligation of the governor, correct?
Yes, it is.
As a matter of fact, as the eminent lawyer you are, this is a mandatory obligation under the canons of interpreting the law, isn't it? The word shall, isn't it connoting an obligation in the nature of a mandatory duty?
It is, but no, I mean, I don't think it's mandatory.
Okay, we will live with that. But what does it say the governor shall do as per paragraph A?
Shall provide leadership in the county's governance and development.
The governor shall provide leadership in the county's governance.
Yes, and development.
So the governor is the leader when it comes to issues of governance in the county, isn't it?
Yes, and development.
You will agree with me, sir, the question of embezzlement of public funds is an issue in the realm of governance. Is it or is it not?
It is.
And if it is, and the statute says the governor shall provide leadership, it is not therefore open to the governor to throw junior officers under the bus when the statute says it is our responsibility. Correct or incorrect?
I have not said that the governor has thrown junior officers under the bus.
Our defense, if you have read it, is that it wasn't me, it was someone else. And to be precise, if you want me to quote our defense, she says, if this embezzlement occurred, it occurred under the care of other officials who are independently answerable to the county assembly and who independently bear responsibility. That's the defense I'm interrogating, my learned friend. Is that defense consistent with this paragraph A, which says the governor shall provide leadership on matters of governance?
I would beg to see that paragraph that you just quoted on the governor's defense.
Oh, we'll of course show it to you, sir.
Thank you.
Just a minute, Mr. Speaker, open my...
As you do that, Dr. Mudomi, be mindful of the time. And if it's taking longer, you can move on to the next line of your questioning.
It is, I'm about just to, only that my computer is playing games with me, but I'll find it. It is paragraph 12, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sorry we lost time on this because my learned friends shouldn't really be denying something that is in black and white. Can you read paragraph 12 of the governor's response, sir? It will be on the smaller bundle of the governor's documents, Mr. Speaker.
You mean the paragraph appearing in page 3?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you read it for us?
The impeachment motion is, therefore, a means to a selfish end by the deputy governor, who is the ultimate beneficiary if the governor is removed from office. Indeed, the bulk of the allegations against Her Excellency the Governor largely constitute matters that this Senate found the governor not to be in wrongdoing during the first impeachment by the County Assembly. In any view, many of the same allegations are essentially matters within the docket of other county officials who bear responsibility and who, in law, are subject to oversight by the Assembly.
So, sir, that last sentence is the one I'm interested in because it is one of the many defenses of the governor that say it wasn't me, it was other officials. Is that defense, sir, consistent with the responsibility of the governor under Section 30, subsection 3, to provide leadership on matters of governance?
Yes, it is consistent.
Okay. Does it go to 3C? What does it say the governor shall do?
3C.
In our volume 3, we're still on section 30, sir.
Okay.
Section C, subsection C of 3, what does it tell us the governor shall do?
In performing the functions under subsection 2, the governor shall promote democracy, good governance, unity, and cohesion within the county.
Now, sir, you again agree one of the responsibilities of the matters for which the governor is responsible is matters to do with governance. It is the section saying the governor is responsible for it. Correct or incorrect?
Yes, correct. Good governance.
It also talks of the governor bearing responsibility to promote unity and cohesion.
Yes, which in my opinion she has done.
Yes, but you also agree, sir, if by law this is a responsibility of the governor, if there are serious questions about governance, cohesion, and national unity, the governor can say, it wasn't me, crucify someone else. True or untrue, Mr. Munene?
This is a corrective responsibility because
No. Does it say it is a collective responsibility, or does the section say it is the responsibility of the governor?
The section says it's the responsibility of a governor, but in other sections, there are other,
to this one. We'll come to the other section.
there are other provisions for other leaders to promote the same.
Munene, you're a lawyer, you know the rules. I didn't ask about the other sections. We are talking about the governor. Let's go to the most beautiful of them, F. Can you read to the Senate? One of the things this section of the law says, the governor bears responsibility. What does it say at F?
In performing the function under subsection 2, the governor shall be accountable for the management and use of the county resources.
So the law already says the governor shall be accountable. Initially, we begin with the title of the section saying it is the responsibility of the governor. And now we are being told the governor is accountable. Correct or incorrect?
That is correct.
I put it to you, sir, that based on all these legal provisions, it is not legally open to the governor to say, it wasn't me.
And my response to that is that I have not seen any provision or anywhere the governor is saying it wasn't me.
Even after you read for us telling us it is the other officials and they are independently responsible? Mr. Speaker, I'm being told it's time to proceed for lunch. Maybe you can leave it at that point.
You still have got 7 minutes to go.
Oh, good. I had then read the signal wrongly from the... Mr. Dixon.
Yes, sir.
As a lawyer, to the best of your knowledge, is the government allowed to pay for goods not paid, not supplied, or services not yet rendered? Open for me that section. 45 of the anti-corruption.
For goods and services not yet rendered.
Yes, and I'll refer to you again to our volume 3, page 51.
Just take your time.
Volume 3, Mr. Speaker of our Badus. Have you reached there, Mr. Munene?
Yes, I have.
Section 45, subsection 2 of the Anti-Corruption and the Economic Crimes Act. You will agree that law is a Chapter 6 law. Am I right or wrong? It's a law that breathes life to Chapter 6 of our Constitution. Correct or incorrect?
Sorry?
Mr. Munene.
Sorry?
Is this law the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act?
Yes,
a law founded on Chapter 6 of our Constitution?
It's a law that was enacted even before the Chapter 6 of the Constitution.
Yes, but is it one of the laws, sir, that give effect to Chapter 6 of our Constitution? Either it is or it is not.
Yes, it does.
Good, it does. Now, at Section 45, what does it tell us public agencies should not do at subsection 2, Roman 2, and Roman 3? Does it say public agencies cannot pay for goods not supplied or supplied in full?
Sorry?
Does it forbid, at page 51, Mr. Munene, the county government of Meru from paying for goods not supplied or supplied in full?
It says an officer or person whose functions concern the administration, custody, management, receipt, or use of any part of the public revenue or public property is guilty of an offense if the person fraudulently makes payment or excessive payment from public revenues for substandard or defective goods, for goods not supplied or not supplied in full, or services not rendered or not adequately rendered.
I am interested in payment for goods not supplied.
Fraudulent payment.
Yes. Of course, the Assembly's case is that these were fraudulent payments. We'll come there, sir. But you agree this section forbids advance payments for goods not paid, or rather supplied, and services not yet rendered.
For goods not supplied or not supplied in full.
So does that prohibit prepayment? On its face, either it does or it does not.
My understanding is that it prohibits payment for goods not supplied or not supplied in full.
So, on the IFMI's extract, when the IFMI says these are prepayments, 107 of them, isn't a prepayment a payment for goods not supplied or services not rendered?
The prepayments are for the interests.
Yes, sir, but you have only adduced a few interests. Out of the 107 transactions, you've only adduced interest for less than 10.
Because that was your particulars of the charge, which we responded to.
Let's go, sir, to the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. If you can read it for the Senate.
No. It should be this document. Sorry, it's in volume 3?
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that one was printed. It's section 146 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act.
You want the witness to read it out, the provisions of that particular section?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the witness is a lawyer. There should be no hardship. I'm speaking to this issue. It's a legal issue.
Counsel, if it's an act of parliament, it's law. Whether you read it or not, that is what the law provides. So it's better you just go ahead and read.
Fair enough. Mr. Monene, you again confirm that law forbids advance payments. What is the title of that law? Section 146?
A minute. Okay. So in part. It's on advance payment.
And what does it say?
No works, goods or services contract shall be paid for before they are executed or delivered and accepted by the accounting officer of a procuring entity or an officer authorized by him or her in writing, except where so specified in the tender documents and contract agreements. So there is an exemption. Such an advance
because
payment.
there is an exemption, many laws have an exemption.
Thank you.
In that note, we need to stop at that note. It's time to adjourn. You will pick it up from there in the afternoon.
Much obliged.
Dr. Tangoli, you will have a balance of 30 minutes when the session resumes in the afternoon to continue with your cross-examination. And honorable senators, it is now 1:15 p.m. time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until today at 2:30 p.m.